What if Harry Potter was never raised in silence and fear, but by James Potter and Sirius Black alongside Ron Weasley as his chaos twin? Imagine two boys trained from childhood to think like marauders, prank like legends, and fight like they were born for war. This isn't just a story about magic, it's about brotherhood, strategy, loss, and laughter turning into resistance against darkness itself. In this video, I've divided the full story into 8 chapters so you can follow the journey clearly from their childhood all the way to the final battle. So make sure to subscribe, leave a like, and let's jump into this incredible alternate Harry Potter story.
Chapter 1. The Marauder Academy survival night at Godric's Hollow, and everything that didn't happen next on the night Voldemort came to Godric's Hollow. James Potter was supposed to die. That was the version history preferred. Clean, tragic, useful. It liked the image of a brave young father throwing his wand aside because he had no chance, like the idea of the doomed house and the mother's last sacrifice, and the child left crying in the wreckage. History liked its heroes dead and its survivors simple, but real knights were never that tidy. The first thing James remembered later was not fear. It was irritation, a ridiculous, sharp little stab of it, almost comic in its timing because he had just stepped on one of Harry's toy broomsticks in the upstairs hall and nearly broken his neck. Lily had told him twice that day to stop leaving things where he couldn't see them. James had replied with the confidence of a man who had never learned from any mistake in his life that he had excellent reflexes. Then the wards screamed, not aloud, not in any way Muggles would have noticed. But every protective spell on the cottage pulled tight at once, a silent magical shriek along stone and timber and glass, and James's body recognized it before his mind did. His hand flew to his wand. The irritation vanished. Something ancient and cold slid into its place. Downstairs, Harry began to cry. Lily looked up from the nursery chair where she'd been half dozing with a blanket over her knees. "James, I know." There was no time for reassurance, and he did not insult her by trying. The cottage had been protected by Fidelius. Layered wards over that. False thresholds, displacement charms, intrusion alarms. Enough magic around that little house to confuse a ministry raid and probably make Dumbledore frown in reluctant approval. If someone had breached it anyway, there was only one answer to how: secret keeper. A single name flashed through James's mind with such force that it felt like a curse. Peter. No, not now. No time. He crossed the room in 3 strides, shoved the nursery door wider with his shoulder, and reached Lily just as the air downstairs changed. It was a wrongness more than a sound. The house seemed to hold its breath. The candles in the hall guttered. Somewhere, glass shattered, Lily was already standing with Harry in her arms. "Take him," she said. James took one look at her face and understood 2 things at once. First, that she had already guessed who was in the house. Second, that she intended to fight for every second she could get. "No," he said instantly. "You take him. Back room, window route. I'll hold him in the stairwell. James." "Lily, go." She would have argued with anyone else. She might have argued with him on any other night, but there are moments when love stops speaking and starts moving. She pressed Harry into James's arms for one heartbeat, just one, a reflex as much as anything, as if confirming that all 3 of them were still here, and then took him back and kissed James hard enough to bruise. Downstairs, a door exploded inward. James spun, wand up. The first curse he threw punched through the staircase banister and lit the hall green-white. It hit nothing. A laugh answered him from below, high and cold and ecstatic. "James Potter," came Voldemort's voice, soft as silk drawn over a knife. "Still trying to be dramatic." James's skin went to ice. He had seen Voldemort before. In photographs passed through the Order in the aftermath of raids, once at a distance through smoke and broken stone. But distance did not prepare you for presence. It felt like the world objected to him, as if the house itself wanted him removed. Harry, sensing something monstrous nearby, began to wail. James stepped into the nursery doorway, placing himself between the child and the stairs. "Funny," he called down, "because if terror had you by the throat, the best answer was often insolence." "I was about to say the same." A thin hiss of amusement. Then movement. Voldemort rose into view at the bottom of the staircase, pale face turned upward, red eyes gleaming in the dim hall light. He looked almost curious, almost pleased, as though this were an evening's entertainment unexpectedly improved. "Where is the boy?" James smiled with all his teeth. "Try asking nicely." The killing curse flashed upward so fast it seemed to split the air. James threw himself sideways. The curse missed his shoulder by inches and blew a crater out of the nursery wall. Harry screamed. Dust rained from the ceiling. James hit the floor hard, rolled, came up firing red sparks. Blue fire. A blasting curse that tore the handrail loose. Voldemort moved through them like a shadow that had learned cruelty. Not effortless James was good, better than the Ministry had ever fully appreciated, but close enough to feel insulting. Another green flash. James ducked and heard wood splinter behind him. "Lily!" he shouted. No answer. That frightened him more than Voldemort. He risked a glance over his shoulder. The nursery window still shone dark and whole, no crash of broken glass. No sign she'd gone. Then he understood. She hadn't run. Of course she hadn't. "Idiot," he muttered, though whether he meant himself or the woman he loved most in the world was hard to say. He heard her before he saw her. A sharp incantation from the landing behind him, old magic and furious intent woven together. Lily stepped into view at the top of the stairs, no child in her arms now, wand cutting bright arcs through the air. The spell she cast wasn't one James recognized immediately, which was exactly how Lily liked things. It hit the walls, not Voldemort, and the house answered. The staircase twisted. Not physically, not in any permanent way, but space along it went strange and treacherous. The steps lengthened, bent, folded back on themselves in magical perspective. Voldemort paused for one fraction of a second, enough to tell James that even he had not expected that. James took the opening. "Confringo!" The banister beside Voldemort erupted. Stone and wood exploded outward. The Dark Lord vanished into smoke and debris. "Now!" James shouted. Lily didn't ask what that meant. She turned and ran for Harry's room. James pelted down half the staircase, jumping the broken section, knowing it was reckless and not caring. If Lily got Harry out the back, if he could delay Voldemort 5 seconds more, 10, 20, the smoke below cleared. Voldemort was still standing. His robes were torn. A streak of dust marked one side of his face. His wand arm looked scorched. But his eyes had gone flat with something that made James's stomach drop. Enough amusement, enough curiosity. Now it was personal. "You were always tolerable only at a distance," Voldemort said. James launched a curse before the sentence finished. Voldemort deflected it. Green answered red. James twisted aside, but the edge of the curse clipped the wall near him and blasted chunks of plaster across his cheek. He barely felt it. Upstairs, a door slammed. Lily again. Moving, buying time. James fired a disarming charm, a severing curse, a hex Sirius had once invented after too much whiskey and a disastrous card game. It would have been funny in any other duel. Here it only bought him movement 3 more steps down, then 2 back up as Voldemort advanced like the incarnation of inevitability. Then a new sound split the night, not inside the house. Outside. A crack like reality tearing, apparition. Voldemort heard it too. James saw the flicker in those red eyes. Another crack. Then another staggered close together. Order, auras, too fast, too fortunate, or Padfoot. James bellowed with everything left in his lungs. The answering roar from outside was not human language, but was close enough in spirit. The front wall of the cottage detonated inward. Not because of a curse. Because Sirius Black, who had never in his life respected doors when windows, walls, or social boundaries were available, came through it in a shower of brick and splintered timber with his wand already blazing. For one surreal second, the entire hall froze around the image. Sirius coated in dust, dark hair wild, coat half burnt from hard apparition, looking less like a wizard and more like a vendetta given human form. His eyes found Voldemort. The grin he showed was terrible. "Well," Sirius said, voice shaking with rage so fierce it looped back around into cheerfulness. "This evening's gone downhill." He cast before anyone could breathe. James had dueled with Sirius since they were 11 years old. He knew exactly how dangerous his best friend was when annoyed. He had almost no framework for Sirius when terrified. The first spell cracked the floor open. The second filled the hall with howling black smoke that bit at exposed skin. The third something vicious and elegant Sirius had probably made up while bored in detention wrapped around Voldemort's wand arm in chains of silver light, and dragged it sideways just long enough for James to hit him with a shield breaker from the stairs. Voldemort staggered. Upstairs, Lily reappeared at the landing with Harry in her arms. For the first time that night, hope struck James hard enough to hurt. "Go!" he shouted. This time she did, not down. Across the upper hall, toward the back room where they'd once joked about escape plans and concealed exits, and all the ways a war could teach you interior decorating, Voldemort saw her move, and smiled. "No," James whispered. The chains around Voldemort's arms snapped. Not broke, snapped, as if the magic had simply lost the right to exist. Sirius swore and lunged forward, but he was a pace too far. James threw himself up the staircase, taking 3 steps at a time, hand reaching blindly toward Lily, though she was still yards away. Voldemort raised his wand. There are moments in life where time does not slow down. That is a lie told by people who prefer their trauma theatrical. What really happens is worse. Time remains exactly the same speed while you become suddenly aware of how little of it you have. James saw Lily turn, saw Harry in her arms, saw the curse leave Voldemort's wand, and saw Lily move in a way he would dream about for the rest of his life. She did not dodge. She stepped in front of Harry. Green light struck her and shattered, not rebounded. Not at first, shattered. The room convulsed. Magic burst from Lily like a star collapsing inside out, white gold and furious and impossibly alive. It hit James in the chest like warm water and knives. Hit Sirius hard enough to knock him backward into the remains of the front hall. Hit Voldemort full in the face with the accumulated force of a woman's refusal. There was a scream, not Lily's. Voldemort's body lifted, arched, and broke apart into ash and shadow, and a sound like every candle in the world going out at once. The curse he had cast, murder given shape, turned on itself in the explosion. It hit Harry. James saw the green flash strike his son's forehead and thought, with an awful calm, too late. Then he moved, not fast enough to stop it. No one could have. But fast enough to throw himself bodily between whatever remained of that curse and the child. He hit Lily and Harry both as the room erupted. The world became light and splinters and heat, then darkness. James woke to silence so profound he thought, at first, he might be dead. The nursery ceiling above him was cracked in 6 directions. Cold air streamed through the collapsed outer wall. Something heavy pinned his left leg. His ears rang. Harry was crying. James had never heard a more beautiful sound. He rolled, coughing, and found himself half atop Lily, shielding her and the baby by instinct even after everything. Lily lay terrifyingly still for 1 second more, then she gasped. James made a sound that was not dignified. It might have been a laugh. It might have been a prayer, Lily. She blinked up at him, dazed, and then immediately tried to sit up. "Harry, he's crying," James said wildly. "That usually means alive." Harry was indeed alive. Furious, red-faced, and sporting a fresh lightning-shaped mark on his forehead that pulsed once with faint gold light before settling. He kicked at James's chest with all the outraged energy of a child deeply offended by prophecy. Lily clutched him to her like she meant to weld him there. Below them came a series of crashes and inventive swearing. "Good," James murmured. "Sirius is alive too." As if summoned by being called inconvenient, Sirius appeared in the broken doorway moments later, limping, covered in soot, and carrying enough murderous intent to furnish a small rebellion. For one dreadful instant he stared at them as if not trusting what he saw. Then his face changed. He crossed the room in 2 steps and dropped to his knees hard enough to bruise them. His hands shook when he reached out, not touching Harry, not quite touching Lily or James either, as if he feared they might vanish if he got greedy. "You're alive," he said. "Excellent work, detective," Lily whispered, voice ragged. Sirius gave a choking laugh that ended somewhere dangerous. "I'm going to kill Peter." It was the first time any of them said the name out loud. The room went still. James sat up slowly, pain flaring through his ribs. "You know, I saw him." Sirius's voice turned flat. "Not here, on the way, near the lane, running." James stared. "You're sure?" Sirius looked offended. "Prongs." That was answer enough. James shut his eyes. Peter. Peter, who had known every joke, every password, every habit. Peter, who had laughed in their kitchen and held Harry and acted awed by Lily's tea and never once let the mask slip enough. He felt fury rising, cold and efficient. Not tonight, he told it. "Tonight we count the living." Lily had the same thought written across her face. She adjusted Harry, who was beginning to settle now that the apocalypse had stopped being loud, and asked the question beneath everything else. "Is he gone?" No one answered immediately, because what did gone mean for someone like Voldemort? James looked toward the shattered window. The night beyond seemed too ordinary, stars above, smoke drifting over the hedges. Somewhere a dog barking in confused outrage. No body, no blood. Nothing solid enough to trust, but the pressure was gone, that unspeakable wrongness in the air had lifted. "For now," Sirius said at last. For now was good enough to survive on, not enough to build a future on, but enough for the next hour, and sometimes that was all war allowed. Hagrid arrived first, not the Ministry. Not Dumbledore. Hagrid because he had been on watch nearby and because fate, for all its flaws, occasionally remembered the difference between bureaucracy and friendship. He filled the broken doorway like a grief-stricken mountain, crossbow in one hand, coat thrown on over sleep clothes, beard full of debris from whatever hedge he had apparently crashed through to get there faster. Then he saw Harry, then Lily, then James, unmistakably not dead. Hagrid sat down abruptly on a half-destroyed wardrobe. "Oh," he said, and burst into tears. It was, James thought later, one of the more reasonable reactions of the evening. After Hagrid came chaos in its more official forms. Aurors, healers, order members, ministry representatives already smelling of paperwork. Then Dumbledore, who arrived not with drama but with that impossible quiet he carried around him, as if the world lowered its voice when he approached. He took in the ruined cottage, the missing body, the infant with the scar, the parents not lying dead on the floor. For the first time in James Potter's life, he saw Albus Dumbledore look genuinely surprised. "Extraordinary," Dumbledore said softly. James, who was propped against the broken wall while a healer examined his ribs and Sirius prowled behind him like an underfed wolf, managed, "You say that as though it's happened to someone else first." A flash of something very like amusement touched Dumbledore's eyes. "Not in precisely this configuration, no." Lily held Harry tighter. Whatever relief there was in survival, it did not erase the larger truth. Voldemort had come for their child. He had breached Fidelius. He had not died in any normal sense. Peter Pettigrew had vanished into the night carrying too many secrets. This was not the end of anything, only a changed beginning. Dumbledore stepped closer. "May I?" Lily hesitated before nodding. Dumbledore examined Harry's forehead, his expression sharpening at the scar and then softening at the child's attempt to grab his beard. "There is protection here," he said. "Powerful, old in principle, new in expression." "What does that mean?" James asked. "It means," Dumbledore said, meeting his eyes, "that Harry survived magic intended to end him because Lily chose to stand between him and death. That choice has consequences." Consequences was a very Dumbledore word, for our son now crackles faintly when upset, which Harry did at that exact moment. The air near his tiny fist shimmered gold. A loose toy block on the floor skidded 3 inches on its own. The nearest healer yelped. Harry sneezed. The shimmer vanished. Silence. Sirius leaned around James's shoulder. "Well," he said, "that seems sustainable and not at all alarming." Dumbledore's mouth twitched. "Latent magic, reactive, wild around the edges. Can you fix it?" Lily asked immediately. "It is not broken," Dumbledore said. James didn't like how fast that answer came. Lily didn't either. Dumbledore, perhaps noticing, added more gently, "It should be watched." Carefully, protected. But no, Lily, nothing I see suggests corruption. Not corruption, a word chosen because someone in the room had already feared it. James looked at Harry again. His son looked entirely unconcerned with magical theory and very interested in chewing his own hand. He did not look cursed, he looked alive. That would have to be enough. Then Dumbledore asked the question James had been dreading. "Where will you go?" It was reasonable. The cottage was wrecked. The Fidelius was compromised. Peter was gone. Death Eaters would be frightened, enraged, leaderless, and therefore at their most dangerous. James opened his mouth. Sirius beat him to it. "Home," Sirius said. Everyone turned. Sirius stood with his hands in his coat pockets, soot on his cheek and murder still lurking behind his eyes, looking for all the world like a man offering a very obvious solution to very slow people. "Grimmauld Place," he said. "House of Black. Older wards than most of the Ministry building. Family protections layered over them. Half the place hates visitors. Lovely atmosphere. If we reinforce the thresholds and throw my mother's portrait into the Thames, it'll do." James blinked. "You'd let us live in Grimmauld Place?" Sirius looked personally offended. "James, I once let you borrow my motorbike. That is not the same thing. It is more dangerous." Lily, exhausted beyond diplomacy, said, "I'm not raising a baby in a house that screams at people. We can silence the portrait. Can you silence the curtains, the wallpaper, the floorboards, and the inherited trauma?" Sirius considered. "Not all at once. It should not have been funny." James laughed anyway. Then, because there were no better options and because Sirius was right beneath the recklessness, they agreed. By sunrise, the legend had already begun outside. The Dark Lord vanished, the child survived, the war perhaps over. Inside a hastily warded drawing room at number 12, Grimmauld Place, James and Lily sat on an ancient sofa with Harry between them, Sirius on the floor before the hearth, wand across his knees like a promise, and understood that the real work had just started. Grimmauld Place disliked being improved. It expressed this opinion through groans in the walls, foul-smelling drafts, suspicious creaks, and once, during the installation of a nursery on the second floor, a violent rain of old family silver from a cabinet no one had touched. Hostile architecture. Sirius called it fondly, "haunted rubbish heap," Lily replied. James, walking through 3 layers of ward charts spread across the dining table, chose diplomacy. "Characterful haunted rubbish heap." But even Lily admitted, privately and grudgingly, that the house was useful. The black wards were obscene, not dark, exactly though some had been built with enough malice to qualify on personality alone, but old and tenacious. Bloodline locks, threshold memory, intrusion loops that could trap a hostile wizard in the front hall for 6 hours, while convincing him he was almost at the door. With Lily's precision laid over Sirius's inheritance and James's spectacular willingness to test everything by trying to break it, number 12 became less a home and more a fortified insult. Even Dumbledore knocked. That cheered Sirius up for a week. The first month passed in fragments. Ministry interviews, order meetings, raids on abandoned Death Eater properties. Peter nowhere, rumors everywhere. Voldemort not dead, not alive, not anything the papers could define without embarrassing themselves. Through all of it, Harry remained what babies stubbornly insist on being in the middle of great events. A baby, he ate, slept, cried, developed an alarming fascination with Sirius's hair. Occasionally made nearby objects shiver when startled, which Lily logged carefully in a notebook she pretended not to keep. James healed slower than he liked, which meant he became unbearable to everyone around him. Sirius, only slightly less injured and therefore morally superior about it, mocked him with brotherly cruelty, while helping reinforce windows and pacing the house at night whenever Harry made a strange sound. Lily returned to wand practice within days because fear, for her, always translated into competence. And somewhere under all of that survival, a shape of ordinary life began reassembling itself. Then Arthur Weasley came to dinner. He looked exhausted, not the theatrical sort. Not the kind people performed for sympathy. The genuine version, tie crooked, shoulders tense, eyes shadowed with a worry he'd clearly been trying not to carry into other people's homes and failing. Molly came too, with baby Ron in her arms, and a look on her face suggesting she would hex the first person who implied this counted as a social call. They were friends, not intimate yet, but close enough through the order, through shared danger, through the stubborn camaraderie of people raising children in wartime while pretending this was in any sense acceptable. The meal began politely. It did not stay that way. "You want what?" Lily asked. Arthur, brave man, repeated himself. "I want to know if temporarily, to start with, you'd consider helping raise Ron here, with Harry." Silence. James put down his fork very carefully. Sirius stopped mid-reach for the potatoes. Molly shut her eyes like a woman preparing to survive the consequences of her husband's honesty. Arthur pressed on. "There are reprisals already. We've had watchers near the lane twice. Nothing direct, but enough. And with you-know-who gone or whatever he is, some of the old lot are acting like rabid dogs without a leash. Borough wards are decent, but not like this house. Not like what the three of you have built." Molly snapped. Arthur. He turned to her. "Tell them I'm wrong." She didn't. That was answer enough. Lily looked from Ron to Harry, both in portable cots near the dining room fire. Harry was awake, staring cross-eyed at his own blanket. Ron was asleep with the concentrated seriousness unique to infants and retired generals. "You're not asking us to babysit?" Lily said quietly. "No. You're asking us to make him ours in practice, if not in name." Arthur swallowed. "I'm asking if the boys might be safer together than separate, and if the people I trust most in this war might help us keep that true." Molly's hands tightened around her napkin. "I hate that he's asking. But you want me to say yes," Sirius said, not unkindly. She lifted her chin. "I want my son alive." No one in that room had the luxury of misunderstanding that sentence. James leaned back, eyes on the babies. "Why together?" Arthur answered immediately. "Because if something comes for Harry, it may strike any children tied to the order. Because if something comes for Ron, it may come when we're not ready. Because if they grow up apart, this world will try to teach them fear alone. If they grow up here, in this madhouse," Sirius supplied. Arthur's tired mouth pulled into a smile. "In this madhouse, yes." Lily was quiet for a long time, then Harry made a questioning sound from his cot. Ron, still mostly asleep, answered with an indignant grunt as though objecting to being consulted. Everyone looked. Harry waved one small hand into open air. The nearest spoon leapt off the table, spun twice, and landed in Ron's cot. Ron's eyes flew open. He stared at the spoon. Then, with the solemn authority of a child discovering the universe is negotiable, he grabbed it and smacked it against the side of the cot hard enough to make a brilliant ringing note. Harry squealed. Ron stared at him. Harry squealed again, louder, as though this were unquestionably the best conversation he'd ever had. Ron, after brief consideration, hit the cot again. Clang! Harry kicked both legs. Ron's grip tightened with visible determination. Clang! 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 Within 10 seconds, both boys were making enough delighted noise to drown out adult judgment. James looked at Sirius. Sirius looked at James. "This," both faces said, "feels like a trap." Lily stood up first. She walked to the cots, lifted the spoon gently out of Ron's hand before he could teach himself percussion permanently, and looked down at the two boys who were now staring at each other with the profound recognition children sometimes have before language gets in the way. Harry reached through the bars toward Ron. Ron reached back. Their fingers touched. The air in the room changed, not magically, not quite, but enough to make every adult there feel it. Not destiny, not prophecy, something smaller and more useful, attachment, immediate, uncomplicated. Dangerous in the way all love is dangerous, because it gives the world one more thing to threaten. Lily exhaled slowly. "Temporary," she said. Arthur went still. "Temporary," Lily repeated, turning back toward the table. "We start there. Shared rooms when they're older, equal rules, equal consequences. He is not a guest. He is not a charity case. He's family while he's under this roof." Molly's eyes filled so quickly she looked furious about it. Arthur made a sound suspiciously close to relief-breaking. James nodded once. Then that's settled. Sirius leaned back in his chair and grinned at the ceiling. Excellent, 2 toddlers, 1 cursed house. What could possibly go wrong? At that exact moment, Harry's latent magic chose to answer. A row of polished silver teaspoons on the sideboard rose neatly into the air. Ron, who had somehow gotten hold of his original spoon again, slammed it down in triumph. All 6 teaspoons shot across the room like tiny missiles and embedded themselves point first in Sirius's chair. One stopped half an inch from his ear. There was a pause. Sirius turned his head very slowly to examine the spoon quivering beside him. Then he began to laugh, not polite laughter, not strained hysteria. Real, helpless laughter that doubled him over and dragged James with it a second later. Arthur joined in from pure relief. Even Molly, after one scandalized look at the sideboard, gave up and laughed into her hand. Lily lasted longest and then lost the battle completely when Harry hiccuped with pride. Ron, meanwhile, looked around at the adults and seemed to conclude that whatever had just happened counted as success. He grinned. It was not a sweet grin. It was the grin of a small red-haired conspirator who had just learned the world made excellent noises when struck at the right angle. James saw it, saw Harry answer with one of his own, and felt something dangerous and bright settle into place. Not power. Not yet, not legend, just potential. 2 boys, one loud, one watchful, one crackling faintly around the edges with magic that refused to behave. One already observing cause and effect like it was a game he intended to win, neither extraordinary yet, but together. Together, James thought, they were going to be catastrophic. And for the first time since the night Voldemort came to his door, the thought didn't fill him with dread. It filled him with hope. That night, after the Weasleys left and the house finally quieted, James stood in the nursery doorway at Grimmauld Place and watched the boys sleep. Harry had one fist tucked under his chin, scar pale in the moonlight. Ron had rolled sideways in his cot, somehow claiming more space than should have been physically possible for his size. Lily joined James at the door, leaning lightly into his side. "Are we mad?" she murmured. "Yes," he said. "Reckless. Absolutely overcommitted, without question." She smiled faintly. "Good." Below them, on the floor beneath layers of ancient wards and newer defiance, Sirius was still awake. James could hear him moving through the hallways, checking locks that did not need checking, tracing routes a paranoid mind had already memorized, turning number 12 from safe house into fortress into promise. Somewhere out in the dark, Peter Pettigrew was running. Somewhere farther still, something of Voldemort remained. War had not ended. It had only changed shape. But inside this room were 2 sleeping boys, and James suddenly understood that raising them would not simply be an act of protection. It would be an act of rebellion. Against fear. Against prophecy. Against every grim little voice that insisted survival must turn people solemn and small. He looked at Harry, at Ron, at the absurd future gathering around them like weather, and in the quiet of that cracked, haunted, heavily warded house, James Potter smiled. "Let's see," he whispered. "What kind of trouble you 2 invent?" Chapter 2. The Blueprint for Chaos. 10 years of the most irresponsible magical education in history, if asked later by professors, auras, suspicious ministry officials, or one horrified healer in St. Mungo's who exactly had educated Harry Potter and Ron Weasley before Hogwarts. James generally gave one of 3 answers. If he was being polite, he said, "A collaborative household environment." If he was being honest, he said, "Lily did most of the saving." If he was being especially honest, he said, "We made several decisions that, in retrospect, explain a lot." Sirius, asked the same question, always answered with style. And that, more or less, was the problem. Because the years between 1 and 11 did not become a normal childhood just because the war had gone quieter. Voldemort had vanished, but not in any clean, satisfying way. Some Death Eaters were arrested. Some lied. Some bought their freedom with gold and respectable names. Peter Pettigrew did not reappear, which meant he remained more dangerous than any man had a right to be while shaped like a rat-faced coward. Grimmauld Place became a headquarters by accident and then by habit. Order members passed through with reports, maps, tea, bruises, rumors, and once a cursed umbrella that bit Moody hard enough to make even him admit it had decent instincts. The old house, which had spent generations steeping in bitterness, now contained young laughter, loud argument, protective magic, and the kind of domestic noise that slowly humiliates old evil by refusing to treat it as grand. Harry and Ron grew up in the center of that contradiction. It should have made them anxious children. Instead, it made them impossible, not because they were prodigies. James and Lily made certain of that in the way people can only make certain of such things by refusing to worship them. Harry's strange reactive magic was watched closely, measured, tested, soothed when necessary, corrected when possible. Ron, who displayed no flashing signs of destiny whatsoever, was treated with equal seriousness and equal expectations. Both boys learned very early that talent, whatever form it took, was not a substitute for discipline. This was Lily's law. James and Sirius contributed a different law. Fear was useful only if it taught you where the edges were. Together, those two principles became the foundation of what Sirius christened, during one particularly disastrous breakfast, the Marauder Academy. It had started as a joke. Most of the best and worst things in their family did. Age 1. The first catastrophe, the first formal lesson of the Marauder Academy occurred when Harry was barely old enough to walk without colliding with furniture, and Ron had just mastered the art of climbing onto chairs he could not safely get down from. Lily found them in the drawing room surrounded by parchment. James was kneeling in front of the fireplace with a quill tucked behind one ear, sketching what looked suspiciously like a floor plan. Sirius lay flat on his stomach beside him, contributing commentary of no measurable value. Harry sat in James's lap, trying to eat the corner of the parchment. Ron sat on Sirius's back like a victorious general who had conquered a horse. "What?" Lily said, in the voice of a woman already aware that the answer would ruin her morning, "is happening?" James looked up brightly. "Spatial reasoning." Sirius lifted a finger. "Escape routes." Harry slapped the parchment and left a damp handprint over the kitchen. Ron leaned forward, grabbed Sirius's hair for balance, and announced, "Door." Lily stared. James, who knew enough to sound educational quickly, pointed at the rough diagram. "If there's ever an emergency, they need to know how the house works. They are one." "Exactly," Sirius said. "Excellent age to begin." Lily looked at the babies, then at the parchment, then at the string James had apparently attached between several sketched hallways. "That," she said, "is a trap line. It's a conceptual trap line. It has bells on it." James opened his mouth. Lily raised a hand. "No, before you say anything else, answer one question honestly. Have you already built the real version?" There was a pause. Then, from somewhere down the second-floor corridor, came a tiny metallic jingle. Lily shut her eyes. Ron clapped. Harry cackled so hard he nearly swallowed his own fist. That was the first real rule of the Marauder Academy. If the boys were going to grow up in a dangerous world, they would learn the geography of safety as naturally as other children learned nursery songs. So by the end of that year, Harry and Ron could not read, count, or dress themselves correctly, but if you asked, "Where do you go if the front hall is blocked?" Harry would point toward the back stairs and Ron would point toward the kitchen passage, because Ron had noticed the kitchen passage had 2 exits and therefore ranked higher. No one told him to think that way. He simply did. Age 2. The Great Biscuit operation by age 2, their differences had begun to clarify. Harry was motion. Not constant wild movement, though there was plenty of that, but impulse turned outward. He lunged first, shouted first, laughed first, tried everything immediately and sorted out consequences by impact. Ron was observation. He watched before he moved. Not timidly, appraisingly. He would sit in apparent silence through entire adult conversations, then later repeat one sentence back in a tone that made everyone in the room realize he had understood all of it. Their first coordinated prank emerged from this distinction. It began with biscuits. Creature, who had not yet fully adjusted to the idea that the House of Black now contained tiny invaders who were not obviously awful, kept a locked tin of treacle biscuits on the top pantry shelf. This was not because the boys had done anything wrong. It was because Sirius had. Harry discovered the tin first. He could hear it when the pantry door opened, a lovely, promising metal rattle. He pointed at it from the floor and said, with the devastating clarity of toddler speech, "Want." Ron looked at the shelf, looked at the chair, looked at the distance between them. Then he looked at Harry. That part was important, because Harry's first instinct was always direct action. Ron's gift, even then, was understanding who among his available resources was likely to attempt something stupid enough to become useful. He pointed at the chair. Harry grinned. 10 minutes later, Lily entered the kitchen to find the following: a dragged chair, an overturned mop bucket. Harry balanced atop a stack of cushions with one hand on the pantry shelf, and Ron on the floor beside him. Not helping physically at all, but supplying steady commentary like a criminal mastermind 3 decades ahead of schedule. "Left," Ron was saying seriously. Harry reached left. No, other left. Harry considered this a philosophical attack. Ron pointed more forcefully. "There!" Harry grabbed the tin. The entire tower collapsed. The chair went sideways. The cushions exploded. The tin flew open. Biscuits launched across the kitchen like celebratory shrapnel. Harry hit the floor laughing. Ron, struck once in the forehead by a treacle biscuit, blinked, picked it up, and took a thoughtful bite. Lily took in the scene in one glance. "Why," she asked the room, "are you like this?" From the doorway, where he had clearly been watching for some time and choosing not to interfere on scientific grounds, Sirius answered, "Teamwork." This became the second rule of the Marauder Academy. Harry would do the dangerous bit, Ron would identify the dangerous bit, and both of them would somehow look surprised when adults objected. Age 3. Lily's correction: it is important, for the historical record, to note that Lily Potter saved the entire project from becoming a highly efficient disaster cult. James and Sirius loved the boys ferociously, intelligently in some areas and catastrophically in others. Lily loved them with standards. When Harry was 3, his accidental magic grew more expressive. Not stronger, exactly, still reactive, still emotional, still inconsistent, but clearer in shape. If startled, lights flared. If frustrated, objects shook. Once, after Sirius casually mentioned that vegetables built character, Harry glared so hard at a bowl of peas that they levitated and pelted Sirius across the room one by one. Sirius claimed this as evidence of genius. Lily claimed it as evidence that the child needed structure before he developed a political platform, so she began formal lessons, not schoolroom formal. Harry and Ron were still little boys with scraped knees and appalling attention spans. But she built habits into the day with the same careful brilliance she once brought to spellwork. Mornings had patterns. Magical accidents were not punished but analyzed. Words mattered. Wand movements were taught first with twigs in the garden and later with carefully blunted practice sticks in the drawing room. "You do not command magic," Lily told them, kneeling in front of both boys while James and Sirius pretended not to eavesdrop from the hall. "You speak to it. If you shout when you are frightened, it shouts back. If you panic, it panics." Harry, 3 years old and morally opposed to any system that might delay action, frowned. "Magic listens?" "Yes," Ron asked. "Does it have favorites?" Lily blinked, then smiled despite herself. "Not in the way you mean." He considered this. "Then it likes calm better." Lily tilted her head. "That," she said, "is closer." Harry scowled at the concept of calm. Ron stored it away. From that year onward, Lily introduced what James privately called civilized sabotage. The boys could learn every trick Sirius wanted to teach them, every escape route James could invent, every rule questioning instinct the Marauders had ever weaponized, but only if they could explain the principle behind it. Why this charm, not that one? Why this corridor, not the obvious corridor? Why prank that person and never this one? Why is humiliation different from cruelty? Why is cleverness without restraint just another kind of stupidity? These questions did not always produce immediate wisdom. They did, however, prevent Harry and Ron from growing into little monsters, mostly. Age 4. Remus arrives with books and better judgment. Remus Lupin joined the educational effort officially when the boys were 4 and unofficially when he realized, after one visit too many, that nobody else in the house possessed both good sense and enough affection to oppose James and Sirius at full strength. He arrived one rainy afternoon with a satchel of books, a tired smile, and the expression of a man walking voluntarily into a familiar problem. James opened the door and said, "Ah, reinforcements." "Correction," Remus replied, stepping inside and hanging up his coat. "Supervision." Sirius from the staircase shouted, "Coward!" Remus smiled. "A live coward." Harry adored Remus almost immediately, which surprised nobody except perhaps Remus himself. There was something in him children trusted. Gentleness without condescension, patience without softness, a weariness that made room for other people's noise rather than shrinking from it. Ron trusted him for a different reason. Remus answered questions properly. If Ron asked why some charms left residue and others didn't, Remus did not say, "Because they do." He crouched down, drew diagrams on parchment, and explained magical intention in language a child could hold. If Harry asked whether a shield charm could stop a falling wardrobe, Remus said, "Theoretically, yes. Practically, let's not find out indoors." Under Remus, the boys learned the first foundations of actual defense, not combat, not dueling, defense, awareness, distance, cover, timing. "What saves you most often?" Remus asked one day in the garden, while the boys stood wrapped in 2 large cloaks because Sirius insisted training required drama. Harry raised his hand first. "Fast. Useful," Remus said. "Incomplete," Ron said. "Seeing it before it happens. Better." James, watching from the back step with tea, muttered to Lily, "He's going to be unbearable." "He already is," Lily said, but she was smiling. By the end of age 4, the boys knew the difference between hiding and repositioning, between running away and breaking line of sight, between panic and retreat. Not because anyone expected them to fight a war. Because adults who had survived one knew the cost of not teaching children how danger worked. Age 5. The garden incident. Every long childhood has one story that becomes family scripture. For the Marauder Academy, age 5 produced several, but the garden incident stood above the rest. It began when Sirius built an obstacle course. This phrase suggested innocent physical activity. It was, in reality, a deranged tactical lane involving floating hoops, low hedges charmed to duck unexpectedly, chalk marks on flagstones indicating unsafe ground, and a final objective consisting of a toy snitch dangling over a paddling pool full of aggressively enchanted bubbles. Lily took one look at it and said, "Absolutely not." Sirius replied, "That's what makes it educational." James, who had helped, busied himself drinking tea in the posture of a guilty accomplice. The boys loved it. Harry attacked the course like a knight charging a dragon with poor odds and excellent morale. He tripped twice, crawled once, lunged into the hoop section head first, and reached the snitch purely by refusing to interpret setbacks as information. Ron approached it differently. He watched Harry fail. Then he walked the perimeter. He studied hedge movement, counted bubble timing, and observed that one of the chalk marks Sirius had labeled unsafe did not actually trigger anything. It was a bluff. Ron pointed this out without stepping on it. Sirius, who had indeed included 3 false hazards to test judgment, looked delighted. "Again," Ron said. James nearly dropped his tea. They ran it together the second time. Ron called timing from behind the first hedge. Harry moved on the count. Ron shouted, "Duck!" Half a second before the branch swung. Harry ducked. Ron pointed at the safe stone. Harry pivoted. At the paddling pool, Harry paused for the first time because the bubbles obscured the base entirely. Ron squinted. "Left side," he said. "Why? The bubbles go around something?" Harry did not ask further. He plunged his hand in on the left side and found the concealed step immediately. 2 jumps later, he had the snitch. Then, because he was 5 and victory was intolerable unless made audible, he lifted it overhead and shouted so loudly the kitchen windows rattled. The bubbles exploded, all of them, in a blast of purple foam that drenched both boys, Sirius, James, and half the herb patch. There was a long silence broken only by dripping. Lily opened the back door, took in the scene, and said, with extraordinary dignity, "Was the lesson, perhaps, not to celebrate before checking for contingency charms?" Ron, soaked to the ears, looked at Harry. Harry, wearing a crown of bubbles and zero regrets, said, "Maybe." Lily pointed at him. "That answer is why you are changing outside." But later that night, after the boys were asleep, she told James in a quieter voice, "Ron saw the pattern before Harry hit it." James nodded. "And Harry trusted him without slowing down." They both understood what that meant, not power, reliability, a rarer thing. Age 6. The code of pranks. As the boys got older, their pranks became more complicated and, under Lily's relentless pressure, more ethical. This required a code. Sirius objected to the word ethical on aesthetic grounds, but even he conceded they needed rules once Harry replaced all of Creature's muttered insults with flattering compliments for a week. And the house elf became so unnerved by involuntary kindness that he threatened to resign. So the family assembled in the dining room and wrote them down. James chaired the meeting with immense fake seriousness. Lily brought the ink. Sirius contributed 90% of the examples and was therefore the least qualified person present. Remus took notes. Harry and Ron, seated opposite each other with the grave expressions of small parliamentarians, supplied arguments. Rule 1. A prank must confuse, expose, or inconvenience. It may not genuinely harm. Rule 2. Never punch downward. Authority, bullies, liars, and people with inflated dignity are acceptable targets. Frightened people, lonely people, and anyone already humiliated are not. Rule 3. If someone could be hurt by panic, do not use fear as a tool. Rule 4. If the prank can be improved by timing, then timing is part of the prank. Rule 5, added by Ron after 10 full minutes of debate. Leave yourself a way out before you begin. Sirius applauded so hard he nearly upset the ink pot. Lily read the final list twice, nodded once, and said, "Congratulations, you've invented moral trespassing." Harry beamed. Ron asked, "Can we frame it?" They did. The code of pranks hung in the upstairs corridor outside the playroom from then on. Visitors often assumed it was a joke. It was not. The boys followed it with more consistency than many adults followed law. Age 7. The first real sign of Harry's aura, Harry's wild magic aura, had always been there, but for years it had behaved like weather, visible, measurable, impossible to command. At 7, that changed, only slightly, which made it more frightening. It happened during a summer storm. Grimmauld Place, offended by thunder at the best of times, had spent the evening groaning and rattling like an elderly aristocrat, denied proper candles. Harry and Ron were in the upstairs corridor constructing an elaborate siege against a wardrobe they had declared compromised. Sirius was helping in ways that did not improve things. Then a crack of lightning hit so close the windows shuddered. Harry flinched violently, the air around him rippled gold, not outward in a burst this time, around him. Close. Intentional looking. The nearest toy block, which had been skidding toward the stairs, bounced off that ripple and landed harmlessly by the wall. Everyone stopped. Harry stared at his hands. Ron stared at the empty air 2 inches from Harry's sleeve. "What was that?" Harry whispered. Lily was there in seconds. James a breath behind her. Carefully, calmly, because fear had always made the magic twitchy, Lily knelt in front of Harry. "How did it feel?" Harry frowned. "Like pushing without touching. Did you mean to?" "No, I just didn't want it to fall." Ron pointed at the block. "It listened." Lily's eyes flickered to him, to Harry. Back again. Remus, arriving from the library, took one look and understood enough not to interrupt. James crouched beside Lily. "Can you do it again?" Harry tried. Nothing happened. He scowled. The block remained a block. Sirius, leaning against the wall with unusual quiet, said softly, "Good. If he could do it on command the first time, I'd be worried." Lily glanced at him. "You are worried." "Obviously," Sirius said. "I'm just being stylish about it." That night she updated her notebook. Reactive magic. Defensive expression. Physical sensation reported. Seed, not mastery. The phrase mattered, because Harry was not a child of effortless miracles. He was a child with a strange inheritance, and adults determined not to let it define him before he could define himself. So training continued. No worship. No panic, only work. Age 8. Ron starts winning arguments he shouldn't be able to win. Ron's gift was harder to chart because it did not sparkle. He did not make cups float when upset. He did not trigger wards by accident or set off protective charms through emotion. He noticed things. He remembered them. And by 8, he had begun doing something that made James deeply uneasy, because it resembled competence developing in a child too young to be smug about it properly. He started predicting people. Not in some mystical way, not precisely, but he was increasingly, irritatingly right. He knew which Order members would argue before they argued, which doors in Grimmauld Place were more likely to stick on wet days, which adult could be distracted with praise, which with a question, which with tea. He knew Moody trusted movement more than words, that Kingsley listened longer when everyone else had finished, that Tonks telegraphed pranks with her shoulders half a second before the rest of her body committed. Most alarming of all, he began using these observations. One evening, James found Harry halfway up the library ladder attempting to retrieve a box of confiscated joke quills from the top shelf. "Get down," James said. Harry froze. Ron, seated at the table with a chess set, looked up once and said, "If he gets down now, you'll still confiscate them?" "Correct. If he gets them down first, will you at least hear the plan?" James crossed his arms. "There is a plan." Harry brightened immediately. "There is now." Ron sighed as though burdened by amateurs. "The plan was to improve Auntie Dora's birthday present." James looked at him. "By stealing banned quills. Borrowing, and they're only banned because Sirius labeled them for mature strategic use." From the doorway, Sirius called, "I stand by that classification." James rubbed his face. Ron moved a knight on the board without looking down. "Also, if Harry climbs down the same side, the ladder will wobble. He should come down backward on the left. Third rung is loose." James stared. Harry carefully shifted to the left. The third rung wobbled. James stared harder. Ron finally looked up. "What?" Lily, who had arrived quietly behind James sometime during this exchange, murmured, That is what?" Ron blinked. "I just looked." But that was exactly it. He looked, and kept looking. Age 9. Shield lessons by 9, the boys were old enough for the first truly serious step in their magical education. Not combat magic, shielding. Lily had delayed it on purpose. Children liked power long before they respected consequence. And the shield charm, while defensive, could encourage exactly the kind of confidence she distrusted in the unready. But Harry's aura had now shown a clear defensive bias, and Ron had begun asking pointed questions about whether intentional magic always needed a wand if accidental magic did not. Remus supported formal instruction. James was delighted. Sirius wanted to turn it into a tournament and was ignored. So one cold autumn morning they stood in the back garden in heavy jumpers, wands absent by design, while Lily paced in front of them like a patient executioner. "A shield is not a wall," she said. "A wall simply exists. A shield is an answer." Harry frowned. "Answer to what? Force, pressure?" "Intent," Ron said. "Direction." Lily nodded. "Yes, she taught them first without incantations, not to cast but to understand, to feel what it meant to deny movement, to imagine boundary, to resist without flinching into rigidity." Remus added analogies. James demonstrated how bad shields failed by letting Sirius pelt him with charmed chestnuts until Lily threatened divorce. And then, slowly, because they were still only children and anything faster would have been vanity, the boys began to produce results. Not visible shields, not the full charm, but little acts of refusal. A rolling ball slowed before it hit Harry's knee when he concentrated just right. A spray of water diverted around Ron's sleeve when he anticipated the moment of contact. instead of reacting to being wet. The first time Harry managed a real flicker, a translucent shimmer the width of his chest that held for less than a second, he gasped in surprise and lost it immediately. The first time Ron repeated it, it lasted even less time but appeared exactly where Lily had said it should. James whooped. Sirius swore he had something in his eye. Lily did not smile until both boys had gone inside. Then she smiled so brightly Remus had to look away out of sheer decency. By winter, they could each produce the rudiments of a wandless shield charm under ideal conditions. Calm, focus, short duration, no distractions, advanced for their age, not impossible, not prodigious, practiced. That distinction mattered to Lily more than almost anything. Harry progressed because his odd magic gave him a sense of defensive force earlier than most children. Ron progressed because once Harry could describe the sensation, Ron reverse engineered the logic and built it into habit. Harry learned by instinct and imitation. Ron learned by pattern and rehearsal. Together, they became better than either would have been alone. Age 10. The Marauder's map was not introduced lightly. For years, it had remained hidden in James's locked trunk beneath 2 wards, an insult, and a decoy drawer full of self-inking tax documents meant to discourage curiosity through boredom. At 10, the boys knew it existed. Not what it was, but enough to ask. They had seen James and Sirius exchange looks over empty parchment. Heard Remus say, more than once, "Absolutely not," in the tone of a man who had already lost the argument 3 days earlier. Noticed how James sometimes knew who was at the front step before the wards announced it. Ron had begun searching the study. Harry had begun helping. It was time. They gathered in the drawing room after supper. Firelight, curtains drawn. Lily present because this counted as education, and because neither James nor Sirius could be trusted to do anything historically important without a witness. James set the folded parchment on the table between the boys. Harry leaned forward immediately. "Is that it?" "Yes," said Sirius with entirely inappropriate grandeur. "The finest thing ever made by 4 teenage criminals," Remus in the armchair muttered. "That is depressingly close to true." James tapped the parchment with his wand. "I solemnly swear," he said, "that I am up to no good. Ink spread." The map opened like a secret remembering itself. Hallways, rooms, staircases, labels, little moving dots with names beneath them. Harry made a sound like someone had handed him the concept of joy in paper form. Ron went utterly still. That was how adults learned over time which things would matter most to each boy. Harry reacted outward. Ron reacted inward. If Harry shouted, it meant delight. If Ron went quiet, it meant he had seen something important. "Is that us?" Harry asked, pointing. There, in the drawing room, 2 dots labeled Harry Potter and Ron Weasley hovered beside larger ones for James Potter, Lily Potter, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin. "It shows everyone," Ron asked. "Everyone in range of its coverage," James said. "And not just where they are. Where they're going if you're patient." Sirius leaned across the back of the sofa. "That's the first thing idiots miss. A map is not only place, it's movement." They spent the next hour not using it for mischief, to Harry's visible pain, but learning how to read it. James taught structure, scale, passages, blind spots. Sirius taught inference. If someone is circling the same corridor 3 times, they are either lost or avoiding someone. Remus taught caution. A map shows location, not motive. Lily taught ethics. If knowledge becomes spying without purpose, you have crossed a line. Ron absorbed all of it. Harry, to everyone's surprise, did too. Because once he realized the map was not merely a cheat sheet but a story constantly unfolding in footsteps, it caught him completely. Who crossed paths and then changed direction? Who never entered certain rooms? Which adults lingered outside doors before knocking? The boys spent the next year learning to read it not as children hunting shortcuts, but as students of human pattern. They noticed first the obvious things. Creature took the same route every evening at nearly the exact same minute. Moody never slept in one place for more than 2 nights during visits. Tonks could not walk down a hallway without at least one detour, collision, or inexplicable pause. Then they noticed subtler things. Some visitors never stayed alone with others. Some names avoided the kitchen after difficult meetings. Some order members, brave in battle, paced like caged things in private afterward. The map became, in Ron's words, a way to see what people do when they don't know they're being seen. Lily disliked that sentence on principle. James considered it a sign of educational excellence. The photograph, the shadow of Peter Pettigrew, never dominated their childhood. That was a mercy, but it did not disappear either. He was the unresolved equation at the edge of family life, the thing adults stopped speaking about when the boys entered rooms. The reason some wards were checked twice. The reason Sirius sometimes went very still at windows for no visible cause. At 10, the boys encountered him properly for the first time, not in person, in a photograph. The order had gathered one winter evening for what was supposed to be a planning session, and had deteriorated into tea, argument, and reminiscence, as such meetings often did when danger was not immediate enough to force professionalism. Old photographs had emerged from somewhere, probably Sirius's idea, which meant blame was impossible to assign cleanly, and were passing around the room. Harry and Ron, banished from the official discussion but not from the edges of it, sat on the carpet with a stack of moving photos beside them. James and Sirius at 17, grinning like a threat. Lily and Marlene McKinnon mid-laughter. Remus trying unsuccessfully to stop Sirius from climbing something he had no business climbing. Then Harry picked up one that made James go silent across the room. It was old. First Order days. A group shot taken in a crowded street after some successful operation no one had bothered to caption. Moody half out of frame. Frank and Alice Longbottom in the back. Marlene glaring because someone had smudged her sleeve. And there, near the edge, almost hidden behind a taller figure, Peter Pettigrew. Harry only noticed because the man was waving too enthusiastically for the tone of the photo. "Who's that?" Harry asked. The room changed. James crossed it in 3 steps and crouched beside him. Sirius did not move at all. Peter in the photo looked exactly as James remembered, and nothing like what memory had allowed him to become. Smaller, softer, eager-faced, not monstrous, not grand, just ordinary enough to have betrayed people efficiently. "That," James said, voice very even, "is Peter Pettigrew." Ron looked from the photograph to James's face, then to Sirius. "He's the one," Ron said. It was not a question. "No point lying now," Sirius said from the hearth, and his voice sounded like old metal. "Yes, he's the one." Harry stared down at the moving image. Peter waved again, permanently trapped in the moment before his life meant cowardice more than friendship. "He doesn't look dangerous," Harry said. This time it was Remus who answered. "That," he said quietly, "is one way dangerous people survive." Ron remembered that. James could tell by the way his mouth tightened. Later that night, after the meeting ended and the boys had gone upstairs, James found the photograph missing from the stack. He discovered it the next morning on Ron's desk, not hidden, pinned beneath a chess piece. As if Ron had filed it under important. Age 11 approaches the year before Hogwarts changed the household, not because the boys suddenly became serious. That would have required a complete change in species, but their energy developed direction. Training sessions lasted longer. Questions sharpened. Harry wanted to know what Hogwarts professors would actually tolerate before expulsion became likely. Ron wanted to know how many staircases moved on predictable cycles, and whether portraits could be bribed. Sirius answered both questions too enthusiastically. James began introducing more formal wand theory, even though letters had not yet arrived. Remus set them basic reading in defense and introductory transfiguration, not because he expected mastery, but because he wanted the language to feel familiar when school began. Lily doubled down on precision, especially with Harry. "Again," she said, as he attempted a breath-controlled shield focus in the garden, "I did it. You flared. You did not focus." It still worked. It worked badly. Harry groaned toward the sky. "Mum!" Lily folded her arms. Your aura will protect you by accident exactly until the day accident is not enough. Ron, sitting nearby with notes, murmured, "She's right." Harry turned on him instantly. "Traitor!" Ron didn't even look up. "I'm helping!" That, more than any spell, was the core of them. Harry complained. Ron corrected. Harry leapt. Ron aimed. Harry made noise. Ron made plans. Both of them, when it counted, stood exactly where the other expected them to be. James saw it one night at supper in a moment so small it might have escaped anyone else. Sirius was telling some wildly inaccurate story about a ministry clerk. Lily was editing it mercilessly, and Remus was trying to prevent an argument about whether cauldron thickness counted as character building. Harry reached for the salt without looking. Ron moved it toward him before he asked. A second later, Ron needed the bread. Harry passed it before he turned. Neither spoke, neither noticed. Habit. James sat back in his chair and felt something shift inside him. The world would call Harry remarkable because the scar was visible. The world might overlook Ron because his gifts did not flash. The world, James thought, was going to make that mistake once, maybe twice, not forever. On the last week before their Hogwarts letters arrived, the family held one final summer dinner in the kitchen. No order agenda. No ward checks on the table. No whispers of dark magic. Just all of them packed together under warm light with too much food, too many opinions, and an old house forced to host affection against its will. Harry and Ron had spent the afternoon racing through a practice course in the back garden, arguing over whether speed or preparation mattered more in a corridor ambush. "Preparation," Ron said now through mashed potatoes. "Speed," Harry shot back. "Preparation lets you use speed properly." "Speed stops you needing preparation." Lily sighed into her wine. "One of you is going to give professors headaches." Sirius snorted. "One!" Remus smiled into his tea. James looked at the boys, their messy hair, scraped knuckles, quick eyes, bad table manners, unearned confidence, earned instincts, and felt the peculiar ache of parenthood. Pride sharpened by the certainty that time was about to move faster than he wanted. Not babies anymore. Not even children in the simplest sense. Something else now, students, co-conspirators, future trouble in uniform. Harry caught him looking. "What?" James smiled. "Nothing, just wondering if Hogwarts has enough insurance." Ron considered that seriously. Probably not. And everyone at the table, even Lily, laughed. Because that was the blueprint in the end, not greatness, not destiny, not some clean, heroic path. A house full of survivors choosing, again and again, to make cleverness into craft and affection into discipline. A boy with wild, defensive magic learning, it was not a crown. A boy with tactical instinct learning, it was not invisible. 4 damaged adults, 5, counting Molly from a distance and Arthur from every visit, pouring everything they knew into 2 children and hoping love plus skill might equal enough. Outside, the war's old shadows still existed. Peter Pettigrew still ran somewhere under the same sky. But inside Grimmauld Place, the Marauder Academy had done its work. Harry and Ron were not prodigies. They were practitioners, and that was more dangerous. Chapter 3. The Hogwarts entry strategy, the sorting hat, has never had to sort someone who already rewrote half its questions by the time Harry Potter and Ron Weasley received their Hogwarts letters. They had already formed 3 opinions about school. First, any institution old enough to have moving staircases almost certainly had blind spots. Second, any rulebook worth respecting was worth understanding well enough to navigate around. Third, if Hogwarts had survived James Potter, Sirius Black, Fred and George Weasley's early visits, and centuries of adolescent magic, then it was either sturdier than advertised or deeply unprepared for what came next. The letters arrived at breakfast in a manner that would have impressed less suspicious children. A barn owl came first, striking the kitchen window with enough dignity to suggest the glass had offended it. Then 2 tawny owls followed, circling once above the table before landing directly in front of Harry and Ron, scattering crumbs over the jam. Harry reached for his at the exact same time Ron reached for his. The owls bit both of them. "Good," Sirius said without looking up from the paper. Character test. Lily lowered her tea. No, that's because both of you reached before they settled. Ron, rubbing his fingers, eyed the envelope as if evaluating the owl's professionalism. It could have waited half a second. Harry had already torn his open. His face changed at once, not in some dramatic, destiny-drunk way, but in the simpler, brighter way of boys who suddenly see the next 10 years taking shape in black ink. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he read aloud. As opposed to what? Sirius asked. The very unfortunate local comprehensive. James leaned over Harry's shoulder and made a show of squinting. No, check the bottom. There might be a clause that says they can still send you back. Harry elbowed him without looking up. Ron opened his own more carefully, reading every line before reacting. That was always the difference. Harry lived in the first wave of feeling. Ron examined the structure holding the wave up. They list everything, Ron said. Books, robes, telescopes, scales. His eyes narrowed slightly. What? Remus asked from the doorway. Ron turned the parchment over as if expecting a trap note on the reverse. No mention of how many quills are reasonable. Sirius looked delighted. That's the spirit. Lily closed her eyes for one brief private moment. The shopping trip to Diagon Alley should have been ordinary. It was not. No outing involving James, Sirius, Harry, and Ron had been ordinary since approximately 19 minutes after Ron learned to walk. Arthur joined them because he trusted Diagon Alley crowds about as much as he trusted ministry paperwork, which was to say not at all. Molly did not come, partly because someone had to stay with the younger children and partly because, in her words, if 4 of you go together, the public damage will be distributed. She was not wrong. The first complication came before they reached Gringotts. Don't stare, Lily murmured, not for the first time, as several witches and wizards along the street did exactly that. Harry had grown up with some version of attention. Enough visitors to Grimmauld Place had looked at the scar. Enough older order members had gone quiet when he entered rooms. Enough newspapers had occasionally printed his name when the ministry needed a comforting symbol. But attention in the abstract was different from attention in public. People stared at him and then, on realizing Ron was beside him, stared at Ron too with secondary curiosity, as though asking themselves who this red-haired accomplice might be and whether the answer was safe. Harry noticed. He hated it. James saw his shoulders go tight. Sirius saw it too, and, in what Lily later described as an act of wildly irresponsible but effective emotional management, stepped directly into the middle of the street and announced at a volume calculated to carry, "Right, boys. First lesson of public life. If anyone gawks longer than 3 seconds, assume they owe you money." Several onlookers looked away instantly. Harry laughed, tension broken. Lily did not praise Sirius for this, because praising Sirius for anything encouraged him like sunlight encouraged weeds, but even she couldn't deny the result. At Flourish and Blots, the boys discovered 3 immediate truths. Harry liked books in practice more than in theory. He had patience for what might be useful. Ron liked books if they answered a question he already had. Hermione Granger liked books the way some people liked oxygen. They met her in the aisle for first-year texts, where she had positioned herself beside a stack of introductory volumes like a tiny librarian defending sacred ground. Bushy-haired, intense-eyed, and radiating the unmistakable conviction that most people mishandled information through laziness. She was already halfway through a history of magic and annotating the margins on separate parchment. Harry noticed her first because she was speaking. No, that edition's missing the updated appendix on 17th century wand licensing, she told her parents, who looked both loving and slightly overwhelmed. The revised print run has darker blue stitching. You can tell by the spine. Ron, who had just picked up a random copy because it was nearest, checked the spine. It was indeed lighter blue. He stared at her. Hermione caught him staring. The darker one is better, she said. Ron glanced at Harry. Do you think she comes with references? Harry grinned. Possibly instructions. Hermione narrowed her eyes. I heard that. Then the hearing works too, Sirius muttered behind them. Lily pinched the bridge of her nose. The actual introduction came 2 minutes later when Harry reached for a copy of the Standard Book of Spells. Grade 1, at the same moment Hermione did. Neither let go, they looked at each other. Harry, trained by years of Lilian consequences, released first. "You can have it!" Hermione blinked, startled less by the politeness than by the speed of it. "There's another one 2 books down." Ron, who had already found it, passed it over to Harry. Hermione's gaze shifted between them with growing interest. "You knew that without looking," Ron shrugged. "I looked earlier." Harry asked, "You memorized the shelf?" Hermione gave them both the first smile either had seen on her face, not warm exactly, triumphant. "Of course." Something clicked in the air, not friendship yet, recognition. That afternoon, Ollivanders gave Harry a wand that sang in his hand and made the room's old dust spiral gold for half a second before settling. Everyone noticed. No one commented, not with Ollivander staring at Harry like he'd just been handed an interesting theorem with destructive possibilities. Ron's wand chose him more quietly, a willow wand with unicorn hair, springy and responsive. The first spark it produced, when he tested, it did not explode or sing. It hit dead center on the brass lamp Ollivander had indicated and rang at once, perfectly. "Precise," Ollivander murmured. Ron frowned as though he'd been accused of something. On the way home, Sirius asked what they thought Hogwarts would be like. "Structured." Hermione would have answered if she'd been there. Harry said, "Full of opportunities." Ron said, "Full of people who think structure stops opportunities." James nearly cried with pride. The 6 months before school became reconnaissance. Not on Hogwarts, directly James and Sirius were maddeningly clear that there would be no showing the boys every secret passage in advance, partly because some of them had changed, and partly because fresh discovery is important for morale. But on the logic of Hogwarts, Harry and Ron learned professor files, house reputations, the broad political history of the school, how the Great Hall seating shaped alliances, why old institutions preserved nonsense traditions long after anyone remembered the reason, and which kinds of authority depended most heavily on being believed. From Sirius's loose files and James's often digressive lectures, they built a portrait of the staff. McGonagall. Brilliant, fair, terrifying, secretly susceptible to audacity if it had craftsmanship. Flitwick. Deceptively dangerous, adored elegance, probably impossible to trick with anything sloppy. Sprout. Practical kind, likely to forgive chaos if it did not hurt anyone or her plants. Snape. Grudge-bearing, intelligent, vindictive under pressure, humiliating if allowed to control tempo. Meaning? James asked at the kitchen table. Harry answered first. "Never let him choose the rhythm." Ron added, "And never bluff unless you can prove the bluff." Lily, pretending to butter toast and not listen, nodded once. The Marauder's map remained partially off-limits, not because the boys could not read it, but because Hogwarts deserved to surprise them at least a little. James relented only enough to review major structure, broad corridor logic, common room theories, known dead ends, and the one phrase that mattered more than all others. "The castle moves," James said. "Not just the stairs, the culture, the people. Information rots fast there. Treat every certainty older than 3 weeks as sentimental." Ron took notes. Harry asked how much trouble counted as too much trouble before Halloween. Sirius said, "Splendid question." Lily said, "Any." Remus said, "The answer is less than Sirius thinks and more than Lily prefers." This, to the boys, sounded like permission. The journey to King's Cross should have been emotional. It was, just not in the clean, cinematic way stories preferred. Molly cried over Ron before they were out the door. Arthur hugged him twice and pretended the second one was because of his tie. Lily checked Harry's trunk, wand, cloak, socks, and timetable with military precision, then did it all again while insisting she was perfectly calm. James tried to make jokes and failed because his voice kept doing something unhelpfully human. Sirius, incapable of sadness without disguising it as theater, knelt in front of both boys beside the barrier to platform 9 3/4 and said, with solemnity entirely unsuitable to him, "If either of you gets expelled before Christmas, make it worth the train fare." Lily smacked the back of his head. Harry laughed so hard the goodbye became easier on the platform itself. The train hissed, families clustered, pets howled, owls objected to portable life, and the entire world smelled of steam and beginnings. Hermione Granger appeared 3 compartments down carrying more books than many adults owned, arguing with a trolley angle and looking exactly as though she had already decided to outperform the institution on principle. Ron spotted her first. "Bookshelf!" Harry turned. "Instructions!" She reached them in time to hear both. "I am going to regret knowing you," Hermione informed them. "Probably," Ron said. "Almost certainly," Harry agreed. That was more or less the beginning. The compartment they claimed filled in pieces. Harry by the window, Ron opposite, Hermione correcting the practical impossibility of someone balancing a trunk that way before any disaster occurred. Neville Longbottom arriving with a toad situation and a face that suggested life had recently declared war on him. Harry stood immediately. "We'll help." Hermione did too, but with method. "Where was the last place you definitely had him?" Neville blinked at her. "I what?" "The last confirmed position," Ron translated. "Not where you think, where you know." Neville, clearly not accustomed to children his age turning his panic into logistics, swallowed and answered. "Near the sweets trolley." "Then he's either moved forward or backward based on noise and feet," Ron said. Harry was already at the door. "Come on." Hermione sighed, gathered her robes like a commander disgusted by improvisation but committed to the campaign, and followed. The search took 12 minutes. Harry checked fast. Ron checked smart. Hermione checked thoroughly. Neville, once given specific instructions, checked with impressive determination. Trevor the Toad was eventually found sitting beneath a seat in the 4th compartment forward, entirely untroubled by the distress he had caused. Neville thanked them with such naked relief that Harry liked him at once. Hermione, who had quietly cast a locating variation she'd read about but not yet been officially taught because official sequences irritated her, looked at Harry and Ron afterward and said, "You two don't panic first." Ron considered that. "Seems inefficient," Harry shrugged. "We were trained." Hermione blinked. "For toads." "For whatever," Harry said. It was not the answer she expected, but it was the one that mattered. By the time Draco Malfoy came to introduce himself with polished contempt and inherited confidence, the trio, if it was already a trio, had enough internal chemistry to respond properly. Draco arrived with Crabbe and Goyle flanking him like underwritten bodyguards. He recognized Harry immediately, which Harry disliked on sight. "So it's true," Draco said, looking not at Harry's face but at the scar. "Harry Potter!" Harry stared back. "Apparently." Draco's gaze slid to Ron's second-hand robes, then to Hermione's books, and lingered there just long enough to reveal his hierarchy. "You'll soon find some wizarding families are better than others," he said. "You don't want to make friends with the wrong sort." Harry smiled. It was a James Potter smile, warm enough to be mistaken for friendliness by the unwary. "Interesting," Harry said. "And how long did it take you to memorize that before saying it in the mirror?" Ron made a choking noise that might have been a laugh. Hermione went very still with appreciation. Draco flushed. "I'm trying to help," Ron said mildly, "by ranking strangers on a train." "It's called standards." Hermione closed her book. "No, it's called insecurity with tailoring." Crabbe looked confused. Goyle looked hungry. Draco, who had almost certainly never been outnumbered conversationally by people his own age before, straightened like a sword trying to remember it was decorative. "You'll regret that." Harry tilted his head. "Maybe, but not today." When Draco left, the compartment held silence for half a beat. Then Neville, who had watched the exchange like a man witnessing angels strike down a tax collector, whispered, "Was that allowed?" "Not remotely," Sirius would have said, Hermione said. "Socially." "Yes," Ron leaned back. "Strategically necessary." Harry grinned at both of them. The school year, still technically an hour away, had begun. The Great Hall prank was Ron's idea. This should be stated clearly because history, where it bothered to mention such things, usually credited Harry for visible execution and Sirius for inherited shamelessness. Both were factors. Neither was origin. The idea came as first years waited in the antechamber before the sorting. Nervous children whispered. Robes rustled. Someone near the back looked close to fainting. The air smelled of candle wax and stone and old ritual. Harry bounced slightly on his heels. Ron was studying the ceiling beyond the half-open doors. Hermione noticed first. "You're planning something?" Ron didn't deny it. "I'm improving atmosphere." Harry's face lit up at once. "How?" "Scale illusion, reflection inversion, short duration, no structural interference." Hermione stared. "That is not a normal sentence for someone our age." "It's mostly vocabulary," Ron said. The truth was that Ron had been thinking about the Great Hall for months. Not the room itself, but the psychology of it. First years arrived primed for awe. Adults mistook that awe for compliance. The teachers, in turn, relied on ceremony to establish tempo. Ron disliked being handed tempo by strangers. So he had prepared something extremely small in magical terms and extremely dramatic in social effect. Harry's job was execution, because Harry had better instinctive feel for theatrical timing, and enough of Lily's controlled wandless magic to make tiny unstable constructs behave for 10 seconds at a time. Hermione's job, though she had not consented yet, was stabilization, because if either boy attempted illusion math without external correction, the result might set a tapestry on fire. "I am not helping you prank the entire faculty before we've even been sorted," she whispered. Ron said, "You are if you want it to work properly." Harry added, "Also, if it collapses badly, we'll look stupid." Hermione's eyes narrowed. There are many ways to recruit Hermione Granger. One of the most reliable is to imply that incompetence might occur in her vicinity unless she intervenes. 30 seconds later, she was crouched with them behind a stone pillar, hissing correction sequences while pretending not to participate. "Not that angle," she muttered to Ron. "If you invert directly, the illusion will flatten depth." "That's what the falling players are for," Ron whispered back. Harry, listening with delighted reverence, said, "You are both terrifying." "Focus," Hermione snapped. McGonagall called them in. The hall opened like judgment, thousands of candles. 4 long house tables, professors lined in silhouette beneath the staff dais. The enchanted ceiling above reflecting a clear autumn sky. And then, just as the line of first years crossed the center of the floor, Harry exhaled. Ron flicked 2 fingers. Hermione, against her better instincts, adjusted the stability vector by half a degree. The ceiling changed, not completely. Not enough to challenge the actual enchantment, but enough. Instead of a calm, mirrored sky, the great hall suddenly displayed a perfect upside-down illusion of itself above the students' heads. Tables inverted, candles dangling like impossible stars, and tiny Quidditch players tumbling in elegant slow motion from the reflected rafters, as though gravity had briefly become a rumor. The room froze. Then chaos bloomed. One Ravenclaw prefect yelped. A Hufflepuff near the front clutched his chest. Several older students stood on benches for a better look. Flitwick let out a tiny involuntary, "Oh," 3 professors cast at once. The illusion held 3 glorious seconds before wobbling. Hermione muttered, "Now." Harry released. The reflected hall shattered into sparks and vanished. The real ceiling returned, serene and deeply offended. Silence followed. Then McGonagall turned. Her gaze found Harry. Then Ron. Then, after the briefest measurable pause, Hermione, who had arranged her face into such perfect innocence it almost constituted satire. "Interesting," McGonagall said. That one word contained fury, suspicion, unwilling admiration, and the growing awareness that someone had just forced the staff to work before the sorting hat had even touched a head. Sirius would later declare it the proudest moment of his adult life. At the staff table, Snape looked like he'd smelled James Potter across time. Dumbledore, sitting in the center, did not so much as blink, but one corner of his mouth curved. The school took a collective breath. And the first years, who had entered nervous and small, now stared at Harry and Ron not as fellow children, but as the reason this year might be worth watching. Reputation, Ron thought, as he resumed his place in line, was most efficient when established before anyone could argue. Harry looked like Christmas had started early. Hermione, without moving her lips, whispered, "We are going to be caught." Ron whispered back, "Probably." And for reasons she would later resent, that answer almost made her smile. The Sorting Hat had been prepared for fear. It had not been prepared for commentary. Harry went first among the three of them, called earlier than he expected but later than seemed reasonable to him. He sat on the stool, the hat dropped over his eyes, and instantly a dry old voice slid into his mind. "Well, well," Harry thought, "you sound disappointed already." The hat paused. Most children scream internally. Seems rude. A chuckle. Ancient, delighted, brave, certainly, but that's hardly the half of it. You've been trained to look beneath rules, reckless but not empty-headed. Clever in performance, loyal in instinct. Too much appetite for motion to thrive among those who prefer observation from a distance, yes. Better be Gryffindor. The table erupted. Harry yanked off the hat and nearly laughed aloud at the speed of it. He barely had time to catch sight of James in memory, grinning on some old bench, before he was swallowed by cheering red and gold. Ron's turn came not long after. He sat with more calm than most children, but less than Hermione would later approve of. The hat dropped and inhaled his mind like someone discovering a locked room was worth opening. "Ah, interesting." Ron thought. "That's not reassuring, no, but it is accurate. You are not what they'll think you are." Who's they? Everyone, eventually. Brave, yes. Loyal, yes. But strategy under that. Resource triage. Appetite for systems. You do well where ambition is spoken honestly. You'd understand Slytherin very well. Ron considered this. Do they have better breakfasts? The hat went so silent Ron wondered if he had broken it. Then it began laughing, not just a chuckle. A genuine, delighted, centuries-late laugh that escaped into the hall hard enough for everyone to hear. The entire school stared. McGonagall looked personally affronted by the disruption of procedure. At the staff table, Dumbledore covered his mouth. "You impossible child," the hat wheezed. "No one has asked me that in 200 years. Gryffindor has marginally better porridge." Gryffindor! The roar from the red and gold table this time contained confusion, triumph, and the immediate knowledge among older students that something unprecedented had just happened. Ron lifted the hat off slowly, as if not wanting to embarrass it by seeming smug. He joined Harry to the sound of Fred and George somewhere down the table screaming like prophets vindicated. Hermione was called several names later. She sat with straight spine, controlled hands, and the expression of someone who had every intention of succeeding at school if it had the sense to cooperate. The hat barely took a breath. There you are. Bright enough to be tedious about it if left unmanaged, industrious enough to terrify the lazy, courageous enough to insist on being right in public. Yes, better be Gryffindor. Hermione rose, controlled to the last inch, only when she reached the table and Harry said, "Congratulations, bookshelf." Did she roll her eyes hard enough to reveal relief? The trio, at least for that meal, was set. If the Great Hall prank announced them to the student body, potions announced them to Snape. Harry had expected hostility. He had not expected how quiet it would be. Snape did not shout the first time he turned on Harry. He didn't need to. He prowled through the dungeons like a man whose billowing robes had legally replaced blood, stopping at cauldrons, slicing errors apart with words sharp enough to leave marks. Then he reached Harry's station. Ron stood beside Harry, measuring crushed snake fangs with more care than most first years devoted to breathing. Hermione, 2 benches away but functionally supervising the entire class out of moral compulsion, was already visibly offended by half her peers' stirring technique. Snape let the silence gather. "So," he said softly, "our new celebrity." Harry met his eyes around the room. Spoons stopped. Snape leaned in slightly. "Tell me, Potter, did your father also believe fame an acceptable substitute for discipline?" There it was, not rage, control. He wanted rhythm. He wanted Harry reacting, flinching, explaining. Accepting the role offered, James Potter's son, arrogant by inheritance, punishable by category, Harry remembered James's voice from the kitchen table, never let him choose the tempo, so he smiled, not insolently, precisely. "Honestly, sir," Harry said, "from what I've heard, my father mostly used discipline to avoid detention when he hexed people. The fame came later." There was a dangerous pause. Snape's eyes narrowed. Ron stopped breathing. Hermione looked torn between horror and scientific fascination. Harry continued before Snape could strike. "Though Sirius says the incident with the bewitched ink at your OWL revision session was technically your fault for leaving your notes unattended." Somewhere in the room, Dean Thomas made a choking noise. Snape went still. Harry had not shouted, had not mocked broadly. He had done something worse, something calculated. He had demonstrated private knowledge of Marauder-era humiliation, not rumor, not school gossip, but specific memory-level detail. The balance changed. Snape understood in that moment that Harry was not merely James returned in smaller form. He was a child raised inside the aftershocks of all those old wars and friendships. A boy who knew stories he should not know and had just spent one of them with surgical restraint. 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape said at last, voice silk over poison. "For impertinence," Harry nodded. "Yes, sir." No argument, no flinch, no victory for Snape to point it cleanly. The class moved on, but from that day Snape recalibrated. He still disliked Harry. He still watched him with old grievance sharpened by caution, but he no longer treated him as an overconfident fool. One does not underestimate a child who knows which of your humiliations to mention and chooses the smaller one first. Ron muttered later in the corridor, "That was mad." Harry shrugged. "It worked." Hermione, walking between them with books hugged to her chest, said, "No, what worked was stopping before he escalated. That part was intelligent, the rest was suicidal." Harry grinned at her. Ron said, "She likes us?" Hermione sighed, the sigh of a girl already discovering that friendship could be a chronic condition. First year at Hogwarts did not unfold as canon would later simplify it. It was not a lonely boy mystery narrative with two side companions orbiting heroism. It was a puzzle that 3 very different children recognized from different angles. Harry noticed feeling, tone, wrongness in the air. He could tell when a corridor had shifted socially before he could explain why, when a professor was hiding concern badly, when Quirrell's stammer felt more arranged than natural. Ron noticed pattern, timing, structural anomaly. Why one locked door received more traffic than a locked door should. Why Filch's patrol route changed near the 3rd-floor corridor. Why Hagrid lied with his whole face but only when he cared. Hermione noticed evidence. Spell residue, library references, institutional procedure. Why certain protections implied an object of specific magical significance. And why grown adults kept pretending first years wouldn't notice if they just frowned hard enough. They did not decide, one dramatic night, to investigate the mystery under the school. They drifted toward it because none of them could leave it alone. Fluffy was the first confirmation, 3-headed dog. Trapdoor, teachers acting like nothing unusual had occurred. Hagrid denying concern with the transparent desperation of a man emotionally unsuited to lying about giant beasts. Harry wanted to know what was beneath the trapdoor because something about the room made his skin itch. Not with fear. With that same faint sensation, he'd learned to associate with his aura noticing pressure. Ron wanted to know who had designed the defenses and whether they'd layered them in predictable sequence. Hermione wanted to know why a school would place a massive magical guardian inside the building and then trust children not to ask. Adults, she concluded in the library one evening, are astonishingly bad at distinguishing secrecy from provocation. Harry said, "That sounds like a compliment." "It isn't." Ron, sketching a rough map of known corridors, said, "It sort of is." And so investigation became habit, not obsession. Not yet, they still had classes, Quidditch, exploding snap, homework, Neville's continued heroic struggle against his own memory, Hermione's growing horror at the school's study standards, Ron's chess victories. Harry's flying, which he took to with the outrageous natural ease James had predicted and Lily had dreaded. But the stone beneath the school, because by Christmas Hermione had identified the likely object as the Philosopher's Stone. And by Easter, all three were calling it the stone in whispers that assumed capital letters kept pulling them back. The turning point came with Quirrell. Not because Harry saw Voldemort in the back of his head in a neat cinematic reveal, because Quirrell failed the pattern test. Ron spotted it first. "He moves wrong when Snape's around," he said after a defense class so disastrous even Neville had looked insulted. Hermione frowned. "How do you mean?" "He stammers more before Snape speaks and less after, like he's performing fear in advance." Harry considered that. "He smells different too." Hermione stared. "You can't solve a conspiracy by smell," Harry shrugged. "Still true." What followed was not certainty but suspicion, and suspicion drove action. They watched. They listened. They almost got caught twice. Hermione stole a book from the restricted section and returned it before dawn with a replacement bookmark and a written correction to one footnote, because her conscience had standards and her methods had sharp edges. Ron charted movement around the third-floor corridor using memory and older students' habits. Harry, whose aura still did little on command but reacted strongly near whatever lay beneath the trapdoor, became their warning bell. When he said a place felt tight, they listened. By spring, they knew enough to be frightened, not of the stone itself, of the possibility that an adult inside the school, one frightened, evasive, compromised adult, was trying to get it first. That reframed everything. This was no longer curiosity, it was a race. The night they went after the stone was not heroic, it was necessary, and necessary things are rarely neat. They moved after curfew because hesitation had become risk. McGonagall was impossible to tell without implicating all their sources. Dumbledore was away. Snape's behavior was unreadable. Quirrell had reached the point where even Hermione admitted there was no longer a benign explanation for half of what they'd observed. Neville tried to stop them. That mattered. He stood in the common room in his pajamas, shaking visibly, and said he wouldn't let Gryffindor lose any more points because of them. In another version of the story, Harry might have stunned him and regretted it. In this one, Ron stepped forward first. "We're not doing this for points," he said quietly. Neville swallowed. "Then why?" Harry answered, equally quiet. "Because something under this school is wrong tonight." Neville looked from one face to another, saw that they were afraid and going anyway. That changed his own expression. "Then don't get caught," he muttered, stepping aside. Hermione squeezed his hand once as she passed. They reached the trapdoor faster than canon had allowed because they had prepared like thieves with ethics. Fluffy still slept to music. Harry and Ron handled the mechanics while Hermione kept time. Below, the protections began, Devil's Snare. Hermione solved it instantly, because of course she did. She had read the right passage, remembered it under pressure, and cast with the kind of brisk competence that made the boys stop treating her knowledge as decoration months ago. Flying keys. Harry did what Harry did best and caught the correct key because movement, space, and impossible angles had always felt like home to him. Wizard's chess. Ron did not merely play, he commanded, and that distinction made all the difference. He stood at the board long enough to understand its logic, then longer to understand its personality. Hermione and Harry moved as he directed, trusting him absolutely because this was his ground. "Not like a game," he said under his breath. "Like a corridor. Every piece is a person who wants something." Harry, perched uneasily on a knight, whispered, "That is a deeply odd sentence." "Focus." Ron saw the shape of the board, the way violence wanted to happen across it, the line that mattered, and when the moment came he made the only move that opened the path. He sacrificed his piece. The strike threw him hard. He hit the stone and didn't rise, Harry shouted. Hermione was already moving, but Ron, half-conscious and furious at being the emotional centerpiece, managed to rasp, "Go." Harry froze for one terrible heartbeat. Hermione didn't. "We came for the stone," she said, voice shaking but steel under it. "You are not making that sacrifice useless by turning sentimental now." Harry looked at her, really looked, and saw not the girl who knew answers, but the girl who had chosen them as surely as he and Ron had chosen each other. Equal. Necessary. Already family in the ways that mattered. He nodded once. They went on. The potion riddle was hers too, not luck, not simplification, pure intellect under stress. She solved it while Harry paced, aura prickling, every nerve telling him danger was close and accelerating. "Go," Hermione said when she identified the correct bottle. Harry hesitated. She gave him the look Lily used when she wanted emotion removed from workflow. "Harry, go!" So he did. The final chamber did not end as legend preferred. There was no simple love magic hand burn and clean victory by accident. Quirrell stood before the mirror of Air-Eyes looking like a man frayed open from the inside. He turned when Harry entered, and the performance dropped away so completely it was almost indecent. No stammer, no uncertainty, only hunger. Harry felt the room tighten around him. His aura answered faintly, not bursting outward but gathering close the way it had begun to when real danger approached. Quirrell smiled. It was a miserable expression. "Ah, there you are." Harry's hand closed on his wand. "You could have just asked." Quirrell's eyes glittered. "Could I?" Then the voice came, not from the room, from him, cold, thin, furious with need. Even after years of warnings, nothing had prepared Harry for how wrong it felt. Not a voice exactly. A presence nested inside another man's life like rot inside fruit, Voldemort, not restored, not strong, but present enough to poison the air. Harry's scar burned, the aura around him shivered in direct response. Quirrell flinched, not because Harry had cast, because whatever lived half attached to him did not like what it sensed. In that instant, Harry understood something only partly, but enough. His mother's protection, whatever shape it had become inside him, did not merely reject direct murder. It destabilized the bond between parasitic magic and host, reactive, unconscious. Real. Quirrell lunged. Harry threw the best shield he had ever produced. It was not elegant. It was not complete. But it burst from him in a gold-white shock, close range and furious, catching Quirrell full in the chest. The effect was immediate and horrifying. Quirrell screamed. Not because the shield burned him physically, the way touch would later be described in simpler retellings, but because the parasitic possession tore against itself under pressure. The magic linking Voldemort to Quirrell wrenched, flickered, slipped. For 1 second, the man's body seemed to host two mismatched realities, and neither wanted the other. Harry staggered back, shocked at his own success. Then Quirrell recovered. And Harry realized, with clarity so sharp it felt like cold water, that one accidental breakthrough did not make him equal to an adult wizard. He would die here if he treated this like destiny. So he did what the Marauder Academy had taught him from the beginning. He changed the rhythm. He moved. Fast, sideways, never where Quirrell expected. He used benches, distance, angles, and the room's blind spots around the mirror. He kept the aura close until fear spiked it, then let it flare only in short bursts. Each time Quirrell came too near, the possession magic strained. Each time Harry drew him into overcommitting, the bond weakened again. No triumph. No chosen one invincibility. Just a terrified, trained boy improvising correctly, and then Ron's voice came back to him from a dozen practice drills, 100 garden arguments, every shared strategy made instinct. Don't stop at defense if defense creates an opening. Harry waited. Quirrell lunged one pace too far. The bond between host and parasite flashed unstable across his skin like bad light. Harry stepped in not back and drove a shield burst point-blank into Quirrell's center mass. This time the magic ruptured. The scream that followed was not entirely human. The room convulsed. Harry saw Quirrell collapse, saw dark smoke like force wrench free, saw the world go white at the edges, and then he was falling. He woke in the hospital wing with Hermione asleep in a chair, and Ron propped up in the next bed, insisting he had only been unconscious, strategically. Madame Pomfrey disagreed with this interpretation. So did the bandage around Ron's head. Dumbledore arrived later, not to explain prophecy or load destiny onto a child's back, but to tell them the truth in carefully measured pieces. Quirrell had indeed been compromised. Voldemort had not returned fully. The stone was safe and would not remain in a form anyone could steal. Their actions had been brave, reckless, effective, and entirely unacceptable. McGonagall's assessment, delivered with chin high and eyes suspiciously bright, was similar but with more point deductions and fewer philosophical digressions. Hermione accepted her reprimand like a medal disguised as criticism. Ron asked if the chess set could be considered attempted murder. Harry asked if the faculty had truly thought the protections beneath the school would not attract first years. No one answered that satisfactorily. Later, after the feast and the points restored, and Neville's own late courage rewarded, after Slytherin's outrage and Gryffindor's ecstatic collapse into noise, the three of them sat at the end of the house table with crumbs on their robes and exhaustion deep in their bones. Hermione looked at Harry. "Your aura reacted before you cast." Harry nodded slowly. "I think it hates him or what was in him." Ron, staring into the middle distance the way he did when assembling patterns, said, "Not hates, rejects." Harry looked at him. Ron shrugged. "Hates messy." "That thing felt cleaner." Hermione, after a pause, said, "Reactive and unconscious." "Still," Harry laughed softly, "you sound like my mum." "That is because your mother is almost always correct," Ron added, "annoying quality in adults." Hermione rolled her eyes, but she smiled. And Harry, looking at the two of them, Ron bruised but steady, Hermione tired but blazing with intellect. Both utterly indispensable, felt something settle into place that had nothing to do with prophecy, fame, or the expectations of old men. He had not won because he was special. He had survived because he was prepared, because Ron had seen the shape of problems before they tightened, because Hermione knew what answers existed and how to reach them under pressure, because all three trusted one another faster than fear could divide them. That, more than any scar, was the real divergence. At the staff table, Snape watched them with the expression of a man who had revised a threat assessment and disliked the results. McGonagall looked resigned to future paperwork. Dumbledore looked thoughtful in ways that meant the year had confirmed something for him, though perhaps not the thing he had once expected. And somewhere beyond the school, beyond summer, beyond first year's exhausted triumph, darker problems were already beginning to move. But for now, in the bright wreckage of a successful ending, Harry lifted his pumpkin juice. "To not dying," he said. Ron clinked his cup against Harry's. "To puzzles." Hermione added hers with exacting dignity. "To doing things properly." Harry grinned. "That's not what we did." "No," Hermione said. "But it's what I prevented." Ron laughed so hard he nearly reopened whatever Madame Pomfrey had fixed, and above them, the enchanted ceiling reflected a peaceful sky that none of them trusted entirely anymore, which was, in its own way, the best possible end to first year. Chapter 4. The chamber, the map, and the summer of Prank's second and third year collapse into one long, beautiful disaster. There are years in childhood that pass like shelves of nearly identical books. Then there are years that refuse to stay in their proper sequence. Harry would later think of second and third year not as two school years with a summer between them, but as one continuous campaign conducted across corridors, train stations, newspaper headlines, family arguments, old grudges, and one extraordinarily unfortunate snake. It began, fittingly, in a bookshop brawl. The summer before second year, Diagon Alley in late August had the atmosphere of a marketplace that had been informed, quite unfairly, that it now had political significance. The war was over, technically, or paused, or transformed into a quieter variety of rot with ministry seals on it. Death Eaters in Azkaban had become talking points. Death Eaters outside Azkaban had become donors, patrons, or loudly misunderstood gentlemen with expensive hair. Lucius Malfoy moved among them all like a thesis statement in dark green robes. Harry spotted him from 3 storefronts away. Not because he stood out physically, though he did, in the way peacocks stood out among crows, but because the atmosphere changed where he went. Shopkeepers got stiffer. Conversations bent. People either greeted him too warmly or not at all. Ron followed Harry's gaze and muttered, "He walks like he expects stairs to apologize." Hermione, who had joined them for school shopping after an arrangement between Lily and Mr. and Mrs. Granger had finally evolved into something halfway between friendship and mutual admiration, said, "That is both uncharitable and accurate." The second years were wandering in a loose pack near Flourish and Blotts, while James, Lily, Sirius, Arthur, and Molly handled the practical side of buying supplies. Fred and George had already vanished into a section marked Household Charms under circumstances no one trusted. Harry had only time to say Malfoy before Draco appeared from behind a stack of cauldron-polishing pamphlets like his father's opinion had summoned him. "Potter," Draco drawled. "Still collecting strays?" Ron smiled. That was never a reassuring sign. "Depends, are you volunteering?" Before Draco could decide whether that counted as wit or insolence, Lucius Malfoy entered the shop proper with the practiced grace of a man who assumed most rooms improved by acknowledging him. His eyes landed first on Harry, then James, then Sirius. The expression that crossed his face was very small and very cold. "Well," Lucius said softly, "the Potter household expands." Arthur Weasley emerged from a rear shelf carrying a stack of second-hand texts for Ginny and stopped dead. There are moments when history arrives in a room before anybody speaks. This was one of them. James did not wait for politeness. "I wondered when the smell of old cowardice would get here," he said. Molly inhaled sharply. Lily muttered, "James." But not in a stop-that voice, in a be-precise voice. Lucius gave the faint smile of a man who had practiced smiling when he wanted to spit. "Still theatrical after all these years. Survival did nothing for your taste." Sirius drifted to James's shoulder like a dark omen with excellent cheekbones. "He survived, you explained." Arthur looked like he'd rather be swallowed by a trapdoor, but his gaze stayed fixed on Lucius with more spine than Harry had seen from many full-grown wizards. The children, naturally, listened with complete moral innocence. Lucius's eyes slid to Ginny's school books in Arthur's arms, then to the patched edge of Ron's robes, then to Harry's scar, where they lingered with a terrible kind of curiosity. "You do gather the most interesting company, Potter," James smiled. It was not a friendly smile. "Funny," he said. "That's exactly what we say when you leave." Draco made a noise like a kettle under pressure. Lucius took one smooth step forward. "Careful, the war is over. Some men no longer enjoy the protection of fashionable outrage." "And some men," Sirius said lightly, "mistake survival for absolution." That did it. The fight, when it came, was not elegant. It never is when old hatred and public decorum collide in a bookshop full of children. Lucius's hand moved toward Arthur first, quick, insulting, a shove disguised as adjustment. James caught his wrist before contact landed. Arthur dropped the books. Molly shouted. Draco stepped back so quickly he nearly walked into a display stand. And Sirius, whose self-control where Lucius Malfoy was concerned had always resembled decorative parchment over explosives, flicked his wand once and said, conversationally, "Arta. Lucius jerked sideways. For one surreal second nothing happened. Then his left ear folded into a perfect corkscrew, not injured. Not bleeding. Simply twisted into an elegant, impossible spiral that made him look like a furious aristocratic ram. The shop fell silent. Harry slapped a hand over his mouth. Hermione made a sound suspiciously like laughter disguised as a cough. Ron, after one stunned glance, whispered, "That's art." Lucius went white with fury. Sirius tucked his wand away. "Temporary," he said. "Probably." "Black," Lucius hissed. Sirius's grin was incandescent. "Malfoy." Lily stepped in before the exchange could escalate into generational homicide. "That is enough." For once, enough actually happened. Lucius left in a sweep of robes and wounded dignity, Draco scrambling after him. Arthur stood amid fallen books, looking like a man who had just survived a carriage accident and wasn't sure which direction the horses had gone. Only later, much later, would Harry remember that in the chaos near the exit Lucius had brushed past Ginny and one of her schoolbooks had changed hands. At the time, everyone was too busy staring at his ear. The problem of Gilderoy Lockhart, if first year, had taught the trio that Hogwarts hid secrets beneath trapdoors. Second year taught them that some secrets came in lavender robes and signed photographs. Gilderoy Lockhart arrived at Hogwarts like a man who believed the school had been built specifically to frame him. He smiled at mirrors. He smiled at windows. He smiled at his own books in the classroom display, and once, Harry swore, smiled at a silver teapot because it offered a distorted enough reflection to count as admiration. The students were expected to be impressed. Many were. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were not. Not because they were uniquely insightful, but because they had been raised by survivors. Survivors, as a group, are highly resistant to people who narrate themselves too heavily. None of those stories sound like one person. Ron said after the first defense lesson, shoving Lockhart's assigned text aside with visible contempt. Hermione, who had read all the books already and was now offended on literary grounds, frowned. "They're structurally inconsistent." Harry looked between them. Meaning. Hermione said, "He writes every culture as though it exists to admire him. That's not how first-hand accounts work." Ron added, "Also, his dueling stance is decorative." Harry blinked. "That is a sentence no 11-year-old should be able to say." Ron shrugged. "Sirius says his shoulders are lying." The real problem with Lockhart was not simply that he was vain. It was that he was dangerous in the way incompetent adults in authority always were. He made mistakes while believing his own publicity. He treated danger as anecdote. He encouraged attention without responsibility. Hogwarts, which had never met a flamboyant staffing error it didn't eventually regret, had somehow hired him to teach defense against the dark arts. Harry gave him 3 weeks. Hermione gave him 10 days. Ron gave him exactly 1 dueling demonstration. That infamous class, the one where Lockhart attempted to show proper defensive posture. And Snape disarmed him so cleanly the wand hit a wall with more dignity than its owner convinced the entire trio that subtlety was now optional. "Can we expose a professor?" Harry asked that evening in the common room. Hermione answered immediately. "Not legally," Ron said. "That wasn't the question." Thus began the longest con of second year. The map made it possible, the code of pranks made it moral. And Hermione's utter intolerance for fraudulent scholarship made it inevitable. Lockhart kept correspondence in his office. Not his public fan mail that was stacked everywhere, spilling from drawers and drifting off shelves like scented snow, but older letters, filed poorly because vanity makes people lazy where evidence is concerned. Some were invitations. Some were inquiries. Some were from witches and wizards, who seemed suspiciously more grateful to Gilderoy than his stories ever quite justified. "Ghost-written by reality," Ron murmured, watching a dot labeled Gilderoy Lockhart drift toward dinner on the map one evening. Hermione crossed her arms. "Do not say poetic things when you're planning burglary. It's reconnaissance. It is trespassing with stationery." Harry, meanwhile, was already halfway out of his chair. They got into the office through a window Sirius had once mentioned in passing because any professor vain enough to install decorative curtains deserves to be robbed by weather. Harry handled the climb. Ron handled timing and kept a running whisper count on patrol patterns. Hermione handled the actual search because the boys would otherwise have interpreted evidence as whatever looks dramatic. What they found was not a single smoking wand, but a pattern. Letters from obscure witches and wizards describing incidents later retold in Lockhart's books with himself inserted. Notes requesting interviews, drafts with names crossed out and replaced. Memory modification references tucked into margins. Hermione sat back on the office rug with a bundle of correspondence in her hands and looked, for once, not merely irritated but furious. "He didn't just exaggerate," she said quietly. "He stole them." Ron, who had never liked Lockhart but hadn't expected professional identity theft on this scale, let out a low whistle. "That is worse than decorative." Harry frowned at a letter from an old wizard in Yorkshire thanking Mr. Lockhart. for promising to keep the event discreet because his grandchildren were frightened enough already. He erased them, Harry said. Hermione looked up sharply, and there it was, not just vanity, theft of memory and credit. The sort of violation Lily had taught them to treat with special disgust because humiliation passed. Erasure remained, so they escalated. The forged letter was Hermione's idea, not forged in the criminal sense, she insisted later. Functionally expedited. The trio identified one of the surviving witches whose adventure Lockhart had clearly stolen. An elderly curse-breaker named Wilhelmina Tetch, who, according to the correspondence, had both a temper and a very low tolerance for lies. Ron wrote the letter because he had the best instinct for tone. Hermione edited it because without her, the letter would have sounded like a blackmail note composed by goblins. Harry arranged delivery through Hedwig because she bit people with exquisite judgment. 3 weeks later, during a defense class in which Lockhart was midway through retelling his supposed victory over the Wagga Wagga werewolf again, there came a knock at the classroom door. Lockhart, delighted to have an audience for receiving visitors, flung it open. Wilhelmina Tetch stood there in traveling robes, iron-gray hair pinned back like weaponry, and an expression that suggested the last peaceful thing she had done voluntarily was retire from dueling at age 62. "Professor Lockhart," she said. Lockhart's smile flickered. The class, sensing prey, went utterly silent. "Yes, delighted, always delighted. You stole my band and banshee account." The silence deepened into reverence. By the end of the lesson, Lockhart was sweating through his sleeves while Wilhelmina dismantled 3 of his published adventures in front of 40 students, 2 amused portraits, and a passing Snape who slowed outside the door long enough to enjoy every second. By Christmas, Lockhart resigned. Officially, it was for personal reasons and an urgent publishing schedule. Unofficially, he left because the school had become unworkable once Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, and half of Ravenclaw concluded that every public appearance was now an opportunity to ask for dates, locations, witness lists, and corroboration. McGonagall never thanked them. But when she confiscated a set of enchanted parchment questionnaires labeled "How true is your legend, Professor?" She looked at the trio over the rims of her spectacles and said, "There are less obvious ways to conduct truth verification." Harry took this as guidance. Hermione took it as a professional note. Ron took it as proof they were right. All 3, in fairness, had a case. The chamber begins to speak. The first attack changed the year's weather. Not literally. But Hogwarts had a climate beyond storms and sunlight, and when Mrs. Norris was found petrified beside the message on the wall, the castle inhaled fear and kept it. The blood-red writing hit the students harder than any professor wanted to admit. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The phrase, "Heir of Slytherin," spread through the school like damp in stone. Harry heard it in corners. Hermione read about it before breakfast. Ron watched who started whispering first and who only joined once they sensed safety in numbers. None of the 3 treated it as myth. That was the difference training made. Old stories mattered because people acted like they mattered, and sometimes because they were true in the most inconvenient possible ways. Ginny Weasley, who had grown quiet in the weeks before the attack, went quieter still. Molly noticed at home through letters. Arthur worried in ways that turned him abstract and absent. Ron, who loved his sister in the rough, instinctive way brothers often do, annoyed by her existence, until threatened by her distress, started paying close attention. Harry, meanwhile, began hearing something. At first he thought it was memory. A hiss in pipes, a pressure behind the walls, the odd sense that language was almost present but not fully shaped. Then one afternoon in the corridor outside History of Magic, the sound sharpened into words. Come to me, let me rip." Harry stopped walking so abruptly Ron crashed into his shoulder. "What?" Harry looked at the wall, not at a person, at the stone. Hermione followed his gaze and saw nothing. "Harry," he could hear it clearly now. A thin, cold voice sliding along the plumbing like breath through teeth. Not English. Not exactly, but understandable in the place behind language where his instincts met something older. "There's someone," he whispered. Ron looked up and down the corridor. "Where?" "In the walls." Silence, then the voice moved. Harry turned with it before he knew he was turning. Hermione's face had gone white. "Harry," she said carefully, "what exactly do you mean in the walls?" He opened his mouth and hissed, not by choice. The sound that came out of him was liquid and terrible and not meant for human throats. Students nearby turned. One dropped a bag. Ron stared in naked disbelief. The voice in the walls answered, then it was gone. Harry looked at his friends in horror. "I didn't." Ron recovered first. "You did." Hermione was already thinking. That more than panic saved them. "Not here," she said. "Not where people can hear the explanation badly." They fled to an empty classroom. There, with wards Hermione barely trusted and Ron watching the door, Harry tried to recreate the sensation. Once he stopped fighting it, the truth emerged in pieces. He could understand snakes, or snake-like things. Or whatever that voice had been. In canon, this revelation would have gone straight to fear of Voldemort and inherited darkness. Here, because the foundation of Harry's magic had been framed differently since infancy, the trio approached it through a different logic. "It's not coming from him," Ron said after Harry described the feeling. "It's coming through you," Hermione paced. Parseltongue is a recorded magical trait, rare, heavily stigmatized, historically associated with Slytherin bloodlines, but not impossible in isolation. Harry looked miserable. "That sounds like the sort of distinction people ignore while accusing you." "Correct," Hermione said. "Which is why we keep this private until we understand it." Ron frowned. "Could it be the aura?" Hermione turned. "What?" Ron shrugged. "Your magic's always been weirdly reactive. What if it's not a separate gift? What if whatever happened when you were a baby left you more open to old forms of magic? Snake magic, whatever." Hermione, who had already been circling something similar but wanted 3 sources before admitting it, stopped pacing. "That's not impossible." Harry rubbed at his forehead. "Brilliant! I'm not cursed by a dead monster. I'm linguistically haunted." Ron grinned despite himself. "Better title, honestly." They began investigating the chamber in earnest, not because they believed Harry was the heir. Because someone wanted the school to believe that, and because a voice in the walls attached urgency to myth in ways none of them could ignore. Myrtle gave them clues by accident and then on purpose. Hermione found records. Ron used the map to chart every known pipe route large enough to matter, discovering that Hogwarts had a plumbing system only a deranged medieval architect could love. Harry followed the voice where he could, each time feeling that same internal click as though the aura, when pressed by fear and focus together, recognized something serpent-shaped in the magic and opened a door just enough for meaning to pass through. Then Hermione was attacked, not killed, not lost, petrified like the others. But when they found her, clutching a torn page about basilisks and reflective sightlines in one rigid hand, the year ceased being an investigation and became personal. Harry's aura flared so hard at the sight that the lamps in the corridor burst, not outward, not uncontrolled. A close pressure wave that sent dust off stone and made Ron's sleeve snap back from the force. Harry stared at his own hands. For the first time, he did not merely experience the aura as accident, he felt it, physically. A tension under the skin, like a shield waiting 1/2 second before existence. Ron saw his face change. "You can sense it now," he said. Harry swallowed. "Yes." That was the moment second year truly turned, not because Harry gained mastery, because he gained awareness. Into the chamber they found the entrance through Myrtle, because dead girls with grudges are often more useful than official records. The bathroom, when Harry spoke to the sink in Parseltongue, opened like a secret relieved to be addressed properly. Stones slid. Pipes groaned. The dark mouth of the chamber yawned beneath them. Harry looked down. Ron looked farther down. Both said, at once, "That's a terrible idea." Then they went anyway. There are acts of courage that look like heroism. This was not one of them. This looked like 2 frightened 12-year-olds climbing into a myth because someone they loved had already paid for waiting. They told no adults because time mattered, and because the adults, in fairness, had not exactly covered themselves in institutional glory that year. Ron had rope, Lumos stones, and 3 backup plans. Harry had the swordless courage of the deeply cornered. Ginny, missing by then, made argument pointless. The chamber was worse than the legend, too large, too old. Wet stone and echoes and the kind of architecture that existed only to flatter megalomania. Serpent carvings everywhere, mouths open in frozen command. Water channels cut through the floor. The smell of rot and age and old scale. Ginny lay near the base of the statue, pale and barely conscious. The diary lay open beside her. Tom Riddle stood waiting, not a ghost, not alive. A memory with intent, handsome in the polished way evil so often prefers, looking young enough to be underestimated and ancient enough in the eyes to make that impossible. Harry recognized at once that this was not Voldemort as Quirrell had housed him. This was a preserved self, sharper, more coherent, less hungry and therefore in some ways more dangerous. Ron's wand was up before Riddle finished smiling. "So," Riddle said, gaze on Harry, "there you are." Harry stepped in front of Ginny instinctively. "You really have a type, don't you?" Riddle's smile widened. "And you really are not what I expected." Ron muttered, "Everyone keeps saying that like it's a compliment." Riddle ignored him. "Mistake. That would become a theme." The conversation that followed served 2 purposes at once: exposition and timing. Riddle monologued because versions of Voldemort always do when they think themselves securely superior. Harry let him, not out of passivity but because the more Riddle talked, the more the trio learned. Hermione's page had named the basilisk. The diary explained itself through pride. Ginny's condition revealed the method of feeding. What Harry noticed, though beneath all the words, was the chamber itself responding. The snake magic here was old, thick, soaked into stone. When Riddle spoke Parseltongue to the statue, Harry felt the language like pressure behind his eyes. Not a gift from Riddle to him. A recognition inside the chamber that he, Harry, could hear. Wild magic expression, Ron would later call it. Harry's aura adapting to whatever ancient current ran strongest in a place under emotional threat. At the time, Harry's main response was, "Brilliant, the architecture is hissing at me too." The basilisk arrived like a nightmare remembering its body. Huge, pale-scaled. Blindingly fast, even half seen through reflected angles. It burst from the statue with enough force to shake water from the channels and crack old stone where its weight hit. Harry shouted. Ron moved first, not at the basilisk, at the chamber. This, later, was the part people forgot when they simplified the story into Harry and the sword. They forgot that Ron had spent 2 years reading structures as tactical organisms. He had walked the perimeter on entry, tracked the pipe channels, noticed the central drainage grates, and because he was Ron weighed whether pressure flow mattered in subterranean architecture built by lunatics. Now he acted on that. Left channel. He yelled, already sprinting toward a broken run of pipe jutting from the wall. "Harry, eyes down!" Harry obeyed instantly. That saved his life. The basilisk struck where his face had been half a second earlier, smashing stone into splinters. Its movement was too fast to duel head-on, too huge for simple spellfire to matter. Ron reached the exposed pipe, jammed his wand into the corroded valve seam, and shouted the strongest blasting charm he knew. The pipe ruptured. Nothing happened. Then everything did. Water roared. 1 channel, then 2, then the whole cracked under system of the chamber answered like a dam remembering gravity. A flood slammed across the floor, surging around the basilisk's coils. Not enough to drown it, not enough to stop it entirely, but enough to disrupt the strike patterns of something built for speed on stone, not leverage in torrent. The basilisk reared with a hiss that felt like acid in Harry's ears. "Good!" Harry shouted. Ron, already being thrown sideways by the backwash, yelled, "That was the theory." Riddle looked genuinely startled. That helped. Then Fawkes arrived. The phoenix burst into the chamber in a flare of red-gold light so bright it looked for one impossible instant like daylight had forced itself underground through pure indignation. The Sorting Hat dropped at Harry's feet. Fawkes struck the basilisk's eyes in 2 blinding passes. The monster screamed. Now came the sword. Again, legend preferred simplicity. It would later tell the story as though courage summoned steel and victory followed cleanly. Reality was wet, slippery, and painful. Harry pulled the sword from the hat with both hands and nearly lost it to the flood current. Ron got back to his feet, limping now, firing stunners and cutting curses not because he thought they would kill the basilisk, but because every flash and impact pulled its attention for 1 fraction of a second at a time. Those fractions mattered. Harry could feel his aura all through the fight tight under the skin, flaring when the basilisk came too close, not as attack but as refusal. The creature's ancient magic and the sacrificial protection in him met like opposing notes. It did not stop the basilisk. But several times, when a strike should have landed cleanly, the snake veered just enough for Harry to survive. Reactive. Defensive. Not a weapon, still not enough. The fight took longer than songs would permit. Harry was clipped across the ribs by a tail strike that sent him skidding through water hard enough to bruise half his side black. Ron took venom spray across one forearm, where a fang scored stone inches away, the wound not lethal but savage and burning. The sword nearly left Harry's grip twice. Once he stabbed empty air, and only Ron's scream "right" kept the basilisk's return strike from taking his head off. Then the flood did what Ron had been betting on from the beginning. It forced the basilisk to brace. One massive coil wrapped the central statue plinth for leverage. That gave Harry a line. He ran not bravely, not stylishly, but because there was no other way through, and drove the sword upward with both hands under the loosened scale line beneath the jaw. The blade went in. The basilisk convulsed. Water exploded outward. Harry lost the sword and went under. Ron, half blind with pain in his arm, hauled him back by the collar as the creature thrashed itself into death. When the chamber finally stopped moving, it did so in horrible stages. Hissing fading, water settling, stone ceasing to shake. Riddle screamed at the diary. Harry, coughing blood and drainage water and possibly his remaining patience, saw the answer before Riddle finished the command. Diary. Horcrux was not yet a word he knew in full, but the principle was plain enough. He grabbed a basilisk fang from the flooded floor and drove it into the diary. Riddle died with outrage on his face. Ginny breathed. And Harry, Ron, and a phoenix full of impossible timing sat in the wreckage of the Chamber of Secrets like children who had just survived something adults should have prevented. Neither boy was heroic-looking. That, perhaps, is how you know the moment was real. Recovery and consequences, the hospital wing smelled of dittany, clean sheets, and the fragile patience of professionals presented with children who had made themselves into headlines again. Madame Pomfrey was not interested in legacy. She was interested in the fact that Ron's arm had venom burns. Harry had bruised ribs and a slash along his thigh from flying stone, and both had decided, apparently, that proper supervision was a bourgeois luxury. James arrived first. Not because fathers are magically summoned to catastrophe, though Harry privately suspected this might be true of James, but because Hogwarts now had multiple redundant notification systems whenever Harry and Ron disappeared in the direction of myth. James entered the ward at a run, saw both boys alive, and then had to stop because his body briefly forgot how to continue after that amount of fear. Lily came seconds later. Her anger, when it arrived, was the useful kind. Clear, shaking only around the edges, powerful because it was made entirely of love and terror distilled into sentence form. "You went into a hidden chamber," she said. Neither boy replied. "You fought a basilisk." Harry considered, well, when she says it like that, you were injured. Ron, deciding honesty was safer than creativity, said, "Yes. You told no professor." "No," Harry admitted. James finally found his voice. "You flooded a subterranean serpentine death cult site." Ron winced. "That sounds worse as well." Ginny, from the next bed, chose that moment to wake fully and start crying. Molly's entrance shortly after reset the emotional scale of the room. Her gratitude that all three children lived collided with her desire to throttle every adult involved, plus several children, plus perhaps Hogwarts itself. That summer, no one pretended second year had ended neatly. The chamber had been real. The diary had been dangerous in ways Dumbledore explained only partially. Harry's Parseltongue remained alarming to the outside world, though inside the family it was reframed immediately and deliberately. Lily refused to let the boys call it Voldemort nonsense. Remus helped Harry test it through controlled exposure to garden snakes and magical constrictor references in library texts. The result was strange but consistent. Harry did not have Voldemort in him in any neat inherited sense. His magic, shaped by trauma and sacrificial protection, had developed odd permeability to certain old magical channels. In a place soaked with serpent language under pressure, he could hear and answer that current, useful, occasionally comforting. Not remotely, still it was his. And claiming frightening things before others define them is one of the oldest survival skills in any decent family. By July, Harry could say so himself without flinching. By August, he could joke weakly that he was bilingual under stress. Ron said that made him insufferable. Hermione, fully recovered and furious she had missed the actual chamber fight, demanded every detail twice and then once more with proper chronology. Then summer bent toward third year, and Pettigrew finally stepped out of rumor. The map finds a ghost who isn't dead. Scabbers had always been a terrible rat. Too old, too lazy, too mean looking around the whiskers. Percy had once loved him in the absent-minded way older brothers love things they inherit and then forget to question. Ron had inherited him mostly because the Weasley family economy treated pets as institutions. At Hogwarts, Scabbers lived in Ron's pocket, slept through half the school year, and survived on crumbs, indignation, and what everyone assumed was improbable rodent stubbornness. Then one October evening in third year, everything shifted because Harry unfolded the map after curfew. They were not hunting mystery at the time. That's important. They were checking patrol routes for a prank involving self-adjusting suits of armor and a singing pumpkin. The sort of thing institutions remember for the wrong reasons. Hermione was already in bed because, unlike the boys, she had limits, though only occasionally. Harry tapped the map open. Dots blossomed across Hogwarts. Ron leaned over his shoulder, tracking Filch. Then both boys stopped. There, moving down the Gryffindor staircase toward the common room, directly over Ron's own position, Peter Pettigrew. For one impossible second, neither of them spoke. Harry felt the world contract around that name. Ron's first response was practical, even through shock. "That's not possible." Harry looked from the dot to Ron's pocket, where Scabbers slept, back to the dot, then back again. Both boys moved at once. Ron yanked Scabbers out. The rat squinted at them in offended confusion. Harry held the map so close his nose nearly touched the parchment. The dot remained. Not somewhere nearby, on Ron, in Ron's hands. They stared at Scabbers. Scabbers, perhaps sensing a long-delayed collapse in fortune, bit Ron and tried to launch himself toward the fireplace. Harry caught him with both hands. "Don't shout," Ron said, voice dangerously thin. "Do not shout. If you shout, I'll start shouting." Harry nodded too fast. 5 minutes later, James stood in a locked side classroom at Hogwarts with the map spread on a desk, Sirius beside him, Remus just arriving, and Scabbers trapped under an upside-down glass jar that shook every time he hit the sides. James looked at the name on the map, looked at the rat, looked back at the name. Harry had seen his father angry, had seen him afraid, had seen him injured, amused, grieving, impatient, and once in a kitchen argument with Molly that nearly ended civilization. He had never seen James Potter break quietly, because that was what it was, not a dramatic collapse, not tears, not shouting first. The face simply went empty, as if some internal structure had been removed too fast. Sirius made a sound like a blade dropped on stone. Remus shut the door behind him with infinite care. "No," he said. Ron, nursing his bitten finger, whispered, "That's what we said." James walked to the jar, Scabbers froze, the map remained mercilessly clear. Peter Pettigrew, small dot, shaking by the desk edge, Sirius's breathing turned audible. Remus, paler than anyone had a right to be and remain upright, said, "Animagus." James's eyes closed, and then came the part Harry would remember forever. Not the anger, though that came, not the explanations, though those mattered, but the moment James opened his eyes again and the whole room changed because grief had turned into decision. "Wake Dumbledore," James said. Sirius bared his teeth. "I can do it now." "No." James's voice did not rise. That made it worse. "Not as a rat, not with the boys here, not until we have witness, containment, and nowhere for him to run." Scabbers hurled himself against the glass again. Ron looked sick, not because he cared for Pettigrew. Because for years he had carried him, fed him, slept with him a room away, laughed about him being lazy and old. The intimate disgust of that realization would take longer to process than any of them had time for now. Harry put a hand on his shoulder. Ron didn't look away from the rat. "I hate this." Harry said, yes, it was not enough, but it was true. Remus Lupin and the Shape of Fear third year, in the version of events the wizarding public would never know, did not revolve around the mystery of Sirius Black escaping Azkaban. Sirius was here. At home. Loudly innocent. A practical menace in every family room available. Instead, the emotional gravity of the year shifted to Remus. Hogwarts hired him for defense against the dark arts at last, because Dumbledore occasionally did one correct thing in exactly the most painful timing possible. The students adored him almost immediately. He taught as if competence were kindness and preparedness a form of respect. He never performed power for its own sake. He explained things. Harry and Ron, who had already known him as teacher, uncle, and survivor, now watched classmates discover the same thing and felt the peculiar pride of children whose private life suddenly intersects with public truth. Then they discovered the other truth, not the boys first. They had known. But Hermione, who noticed schedules the way hawks noticed movement, confronted the pattern before November ended. Missed classes around the moon. Illness afterward. The Boggart lesson arranged with too much foresight about certain fears. Quiet exhaustion that no common cold explained. She cornered Harry and Ron in the library between arithmancy shelves. "Professor Lupin is a werewolf," she said in a whisper sharp enough to cut paper. Harry looked at Ron. Ron looked at Harry. Hermione threw up both hands. "You knew!" Ron winced. "Yes." Hermione stared at them in horror, not because of the fact, but because they had not told her. "And you didn't think that mattered?" "It matters," Harry said quickly. "It just doesn't change Remus." That stopped her, because Hermione was fair even when upset. Especially then, she took a breath. Another, thought it through, then asked, quieter, "Does anyone else know?" "Dumbledore, Mum, Dad, Sirius. Probably Madame Pomfrey," Ron said, "and now you." Hermione sat down hard in the nearest chair. The silence that followed was not fear, not exactly. It was the rearrangement of inherited prejudice under pressure from actual knowledge. At last, she said, "He's still the best defense teacher we've had." Ron gave a helpless little shrug. "Yes." She looked between them. "Does he know I know?" Harry said. "Not yet." Hermione thought about this for perhaps 4 heartbeats. Then, "I'm not going to treat him differently," Harry smiled. "Good." Hermione glared. "I'm also furious you didn't trust me." "That's fair," Ron said. The real importance of Remus's condition in third year was not revelation. It was normalization. Harry, Ron, and Hermione watched how other students spoke when they did not know, how the ministry classified lycanthropy, how fear and ignorance combined into lazy cruelty. It became, for the trio, their first sustained education in systemic prejudice, not abstract evil. Bureaucratic evil, social evil, the kind that arrives in forms and policies and jokes. For Harry and Ron, who had grown up knowing Remus first as person and only second as condition, this was enraging in a different way than monsters were. There was nothing thrilling to fight. Only ignorance to resist and dignity to defend. It deepened them. That mattered later. The Shrieking Shack, Pettigrew's capture, did not happen in a blaze of public revelation. It happened because the four marauders finally stood in one room with the man who had broken them. The Shrieking Shack became the site because some part of history had a vulgar sense of symmetry. It had once housed Remus's pain, Sirius's recklessness, James's loyalty, Peter's access. Now it would hold the betrayal too. Dumbledore insisted on procedure. Moody insisted on backups. McGonagall insisted students stay out of it. Harry, Ron, and Hermione ignored that last part with the solemn professionalism of children who had long since stopped believing exclusion guaranteed safety. They did not burst into the confrontation dramatically. They listened from the edge long enough to hear the transformation. Under controlled magic and 4 wands, the rat became Peter Pettigrew, small man, balding, wet-eyed, still somehow trying to look pitiable before he looked guilty. Harry hated him on sight, not because hatred was noble, but because some people arrive already wearing the shape of what they took from others. Peter saw James first and folded immediately into begging. That was the part that finished any lingering ghost of childhood in the room. He did not deny, did not stand, did not even try dignity first. He went straight to pleading, to excuses, to the language of survival without honor. "You don't understand," Peter whimpered. "He would have killed me. He would have killed all of us. He did kill people," Sirius said softly. His voice terrified Harry more than shouting would have. Peter turned to him with frantic hope. "Sirius, no," Sirius said, one syllable, absolute. Remus stood to one side with his wand steady and face unreadable. That took more courage than fury would have. James, by contrast, looked exactly like a man one sentence away from murder, and choosing not to cross the distance only because his son stood somewhere behind him hearing everything. Peter tried James next. That was worse. "James, I was scared. James, please, I never meant—" James laughed once. It was the most terrible sound in the room. "You never meant," he repeated. Peter wept, truly wept, slimy, panicked tears. Perhaps genuine in the way cowards genuinely suffer consequences. It did not matter. "You stood inside my life," James said. Each word landed like stone. "You held my son. You ate at my table. You listened to my wife laugh. And when fear asked a price, you paid with us." Peter collapsed fully to his knees. Harry felt Ron beside him go rigid. Hermione's hand found both their sleeves and gripped hard. The confrontation could have turned bloody there. It did not because of Remus. Only Remus. He stepped forward one pace and said, "No." Not to Peter, to James, to Sirius. To the whole room vibrating on the edge of vengeance, James looked at him. Remus's face was pale with the moon not yet risen and old wounds not yet closed, but his voice held. "If we kill him now," Remus said, "then he dies once and gets to call it justice. He does not get that. He goes to trial. He is named. He is seen. He answers." That was the moral center of the chapter and the year, not mercy, accountability. Sirius closed his eyes. James exhaled through his teeth like it hurt. Then he nodded. Peter's relief was immediate and disgusting, as though not being killed by his best friends counted as victory. Moody stunned him before the feeling could settle. "Insurance?" Moody said from the doorway, where he had clearly ignored every request to wait outside. No one objected. Harry stepped forward then. So did Ron. The adults did not stop them. Peter, bound and unconscious, looked suddenly smaller than the fear he had cast across their lives for 12 years. Ron stared at him with something like revulsion and mourning mixed together. Harry understood. This was no grand duel, no dark lord, just rot in human form, the kind that survives because decent people assume cowardice will someday become shame. Hermione, beside them, whispered, "It's over." James heard. He turned, looked at the three of them, Harry with old hurt and new steel in his face, Ron pale and angry, Hermione steady as a line drawn on purpose, and answered with the honesty adults rarely grant children unless they respect them fully. "No," James said, "but this part is." That night, Peter Pettigrew was handed to the ministry alive. Sirius Black's name was cleared completely. The newspapers, for once, got something important right. but the deeper resolution happened elsewhere. At Grimold Place, 3 nights later, long after celebrations and statements and interviews, James, Sirius, and Remus sat in the kitchen after midnight while the house creaked around them and no one tried to fill the silence too quickly. Harry saw them there by accident on his way for water. Didn't interrupt, just watched from the doorway a moment. James stared at nothing. Sirius had one hand over his eyes. Remus, tired past speech, rested both elbows on the table and looked older than Harry liked, not triumphant, not healed, but together. The way they had once been broken was no longer the final fact of them. Harry went back upstairs without speaking, because some endings deserve privacy more than applause. Summer after 3rd year, the summer that followed felt lighter without becoming safe. That was the story's central emotional truth by now. Winning one thing did not make darkness smaller, it made you better oriented toward it. Sirius's name, fully cleared, transformed public life in ways both hilarious and inconvenient. He began receiving invitations from ancient families who had avoided him for years, and now remembered, suddenly, that the House of Black had always possessed such interesting lineage. Sirius responded to one with a condolence card. James relaxed in fractions Harry noticed only because he knew his father well enough to see where vigilance used to sit in the shoulders. Remus, though still carrying the long, private burden of his condition, laughed more. Molly finally allowed herself to say Peter Pettigrew's name without spitting afterward, which Harry thought counted as real growth. The boys healed too, Harry's ribs mended. Ron's arm scarred faintly. They returned to practice in the back garden, because that was what their family did with pain that did not need solemnity. They learned from it. Harry could now feel his aura before it flared under extreme emotion. Not command it fully, not shape it at will, but sense the physical onset like pressure gathering behind a shield. Ron's wandwork improved sharply after the chamber because experience had fed practice. His spells were not flashy. They landed where he aimed them. Under stress, that mattered more. Hermione spent half the summer at Grimold Place, and the other half pretending not to prefer it there because the Grangers, wise enough not to compete with magical chaos on its own terms, simply sent more books and trusted she was happy. And because life in this story refused ever to become too neat, the summer of recovery also became the summer of pranks. Not childish ones, not entirely. The trio, with Fred and George as consultants and Sirius as ideological patron saint, launched a season-long campaign of escalating domestic absurdity that served 2 real purposes. First, joy as deliberate resistance. Second, training disguised as nonsense. Invisible step markers that only appeared if you paused long enough to notice them. Tea trays that rerouted toward the correct room if addressed politely. A hat stand charmed to insult only bigots and never guests. One memorable week during which every unopened copy of the Daily Prophet in Grimold Place transformed Lucius Malfoy's printed face into a startled ferret. Lily permitted more of this than outsiders would expect, because she understood what they were doing underneath the laughter. Practicing timing. Testing wards, observing reactions, reclaiming space. When Harry laughed now, it was not because darkness was gone. It was because it had failed to take everything. And Ron, mapping each new prank route, each hidden trigger, each adult blind spot, looked more and more like what he was becoming. Not a sidekick, not a spare, but a tactician built in family kitchens and school corridors and old houses that learned, despite themselves, to hold love. 2nd and 3rd year had not made them invincible. The chamber had injured both boys badly enough to prove that. Pettigrew's capture had not brought back lost innocence. Lockhart's downfall had not reformed institutions that hired men like him. Remus's kindness had not ended prejudice. But the years had done something more valuable. They had made the trio sharper without making them cruel. And they had given the Marauders not as boys in memory, but as wounded adults in real kitchens, the one thing war almost never returns intact: continuation. Chapter 5. The Triwizard Comedy Special 3 Schools. 17 tasks. One very annoyed Alastor Moody. By the time Harry Potter reached 4th year, Hogwarts had developed a coping mechanism. It was not a good one. The faculty had not learned how to stop him and Ron from finding trouble before trouble found them. The student body had not learned how to distinguish between a disaster, a prank, and the early phase of an investigation. The ghosts had long since stopped acting surprised. Even the castle itself seemed, in its ancient and judgmental way, to have accepted that, wherever Harry and Ron went, structure would become suggestion. So when Professor McGonagall informed the school that Hogwarts would be hosting the Triwizard Tournament, the reaction split almost immediately into 3 camps. The first camp saw glory. The second camp saw danger. Harry and Ron saw logistics. 3 foreign schools. Ron said at breakfast the next day, holding the Daily Prophet open while Fred and George argued over whether international incident counted as branding. Different magical standards, imported champions, diplomatic protocols, hundreds of strangers inside the grounds, and ancient tournament infrastructure no one has checked properly in decades. Harry looked up from his toast. "You say that like it's a bad thing." Ron took a bite of sausage. "I say it like it's a trap-rich environment." Hermione, who had arrived earlier than usual with an armful of library books already relevant to international magical cooperation, because of course she had, sat down opposite them and said, "I refuse to spend this entire year putting out fires." Harry brightened. "Excellent, then you'll want to start early." She closed her eyes. At the staff table, James Potter, newly serving as one of the Order's key liaisons with Hogwarts during the school year, and therefore in the castle, more often than most parents ever had the right to be watched, the 3 of them with the practiced gaze of a man who could identify trouble by silhouette. Sirius, who was not at the staff table because Dumbledore had drawn a line somewhere between helpful adult presence and public menace, had already sent a letter that morning containing 3 full paragraphs about tournament sabotage, 1 sketch of a dragon wearing ministry spectacles, and the very unhelpful closing note, "If any of you end up in a death maze again, remember to hydrate." Lily, when shown the letter later, said only, "I married into chaos and then encouraged it. It was not inaccurate." The arrival of the school's Beauxbatons arrived like choreography. Durmstrang arrived like an omen. Hogwarts, by contrast, remained a castle full of children trying to behave in front of guests and failing in ways their ancestors would probably have recognized with pride. Harry watched the arrivals from beside Ron and Hermione near the entrance doors of the Great Hall. The entire student body pressed around them, a tide of speculation and perfume and winter cloak wool. When the Beauxbatons' carriage descended in a shimmer of blue silk and horses too elegant to be entirely trusted, half the room forgot how to blink. Ron frowned. "Too polished," Hermione turned to him. "What does that mean?" "It means if you spend that long practicing entrances, you have to make up for it somewhere." Harry grinned. "He respects them. I'm suspicious of them." "That is your version of respect." Then Durmstrang came through smoke and iron and performance so aggressive it crossed into parody for a few seconds before circling back to intimidating. Victor Crumb was with them, which sent at least a quarter of the school into devotional hysteria. Harry watched students react and muttered, "You'd think he wrestled dragons bare-handed." "He catches the snitch while the rest of the world is still developing opinions," Ron said. "That is close enough." Hermione, who absolutely did not stare and did not blush and had no time whatsoever for Quidditch celebrity nonsense, kept looking very hard at a pillar behind Crumb's head. Harry and Ron noticed. Neither was foolish enough to comment immediately. They saved that for later, when it could do more damage. The real change, however, came with the new defense against the dark arts professor. Alastor Moody entered Hogwarts like a warning label given flesh. Scars, wooden leg, magical eye. The atmosphere of a man who considered paranoia a low-effort baseline. Students stared. Some flinched. A few Slytherins looked almost respectful. James Potter, seated halfway down the staff table, went still. Harry saw it because he knew his father's tells. James, when startled in a real way, did not jerk or exclaim. He narrowed, as though all of him had been pulled into one line of attention. Moody sat. McGonagall said something to him. He answered. James's face did not change. That was worse. At supper that night, in the side office Dumbledore had inconveniently allowed James to use, because history sometimes rewarded bad ideas with practical access. James shut the door and said, "That isn't Moody." Harry, Ron, and Hermione all there because James no longer believed in pretending children weren't central to crises already orbiting them looked up at once. Hermione spoke first. "You're sure?" "No," James said. "I'm certain." Harry frowned. "How?" James leaned one shoulder against the desk. "Because I know Alastor Moody. Have known him for years. He's suspicious in a specific direction. This man is suspicious for effect. Real Moody doesn't explain constant vigilance like he invented it yesterday. He expects you to keep up." Ron, instantly engaged, asked, "Anything else?" James gave him a thin smile. He shook hands with his right hand. Silence. Harry blinked. And James stared at him. "Harry, the real Moody lost enough trust in his right shoulder after the Hexam raid that he favors the left for greetings unless forced. He also never sits with his wand side exposed to a door, and he hates polished boots because he claims reflections invite snipers." Hermione's eyes widened. "That's specific." "That's adulthood," James said. "It's mostly pattern recognition and back pain." Ron, already working through implications, said quietly, "So someone is impersonating him to gain access to the school during the tournament." Harry leaned back. "Brilliant!" Hermione snapped. "No, not brilliant, catastrophic." Harry looked at her. "I know, that's what I meant." James crossed his arms. "We do not move yet." That got all three of their attention. "We watch," he continued. "If someone has gone to this much trouble, they want something. The tournament gives them infrastructure. The school gives them cover. I want the shape of the plot before we break it." "That is very like something Sirius would hate hearing," Ron observed. "It is exactly something Sirius hated hearing," James said. "He lost. Dumbledore agreed with me." Hermione frowned. "You told Dumbledore already." "I told Dumbledore before dinner." Harry whistled softly. "You really hate this." James met his eyes, and for 1 second the joke dropped away. "Yes," he said, "not because of the school, not because of the tournament, not even because an unknown hostile wizard had inserted himself into Hogwarts under one of the most dangerous names available, because Harry was here. That was always the center of it. James would take risks with himself. He would even, when strategically necessary, take risks with plans. But the idea of some hidden enemy setting a game board under Harry's feet hit every parental instinct he possessed and turned it sharp. Harry saw that too. And because he was his father's son without being only that, he understood the fear and did not resent it. Mostly. The goblet chooses violence. The goblet of fire should have been the easiest part. Ancient magic. Regulated age line. Public ceremony. One champion from each school. International prestige wrapped around bureaucratic ritual. Even Hogwarts, which had a broad definition of safe, understood the rules. Harry had no intention of entering. Neither did Ron, though Ron briefly entertained the tactical value of infiltrating the process for audit purposes. Hermione called that criminal. Ron called it preventive governance. They were still debating definitions when the champions were announced. Fleur de Lacquer for Beauxbatons, Victor Crumb for Durmstrang, Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts, a choice so sensible and locally heroic that even most Gryffindors applauded through their mild envy. The hall settled. The goblet burned blue-white one final time and spat out a fourth name, Harry Potter. For one perfect beat, the entire room became sculpture. Then sound returned all at once. It arrived as gasps, shouts, benches scraping back, Draco Malfoy laughing too loudly in disbelief, and Fred Weasley yelling something so unhelpful McGonagall nearly took points on reflex. Harry did not move. Ron looked at the scrap of parchment in Dumbledore's hand and felt, instantly and without poetry, the click of a trap springing shut somewhere unseen. He leaned toward Harry and said, very quietly, "Don't stand up fast." Harry, equally still, murmured, "I wasn't planning to." Hermione's eyes had gone razor-sharp. "Someone wants you bound by tournament magic." James was already on his feet at the staff table. Fake Moody looked almost too interested. That was mistake number one. The walk to the antechamber felt like entering a courtroom designed by old enchantments and bad diplomacy. Harry went because everyone expected him to, because refusing publicly before understanding magical compulsion was exactly the sort of gesture that got people killed in stories. James had spent his whole life trying to unwrite. Cedric looked stunned, but not hostile. Fleur looked insulted on behalf of aesthetic order. Crumb looked like he was filing the situation under British nonsense. Dumbledore asked questions. Crouch answered in the clipped, brutal language of magical contract law. The moment the goblet named a champion, it created a binding obligation to compete. Harry listened. Not fearfully. Analytically. Ron was right. This had not been done to honor him. It had been done to place him somewhere he could not ethically or magically retreat from. Later, when the school exploded into rumor and accusation, and envy in precisely the ways adults should have predicted and failed to, Harry found Ron in an empty classroom with Hermione and shut the door behind him. "Well," Harry said. Ron looked up from a rapidly expanding diagram of possible entry methods into the goblet selection process. "It's a trap," Hermione said. "We know." "I just wanted to hear him say it," Harry replied. Ron tossed down the quill. "Of course it's a trap. You're 14. You didn't enter." Someone inside a heavily monitored school manipulated an ancient artifact to bind you into a tournament famous for maiming people. That is not destiny. That is project management by a lunatic. Harry sat down across from him. "You seem calm." "I'm furious." "That is calm for him," Hermione said. Harry rubbed a hand over his face. "So what now?" Ron answered first. "We don't play their game the way they want." Hermione nodded slowly. "Meaning, we compete," Ron said, "but not to win the tournament. We compete to identify whoever entered Harry and to survive long enough to expose them." Harry grinned despite the situation. "That sounds like us." Hermione looked between them, then at the diagram, then at the closed classroom door as if considering whether this friendship had legally become a profession. "Fine," she said, "but we do it properly." There was no higher blessing available. Task 1. The dragon and the 5 Harry Potter's preparation for the first task became its own underground theater. The school assumed Harry was panicking. He was not. He was annoyed. That looked similar from a distance, which proved useful. Cedric, to his lasting credit, treated him decently. Fleur treated him with diplomatic reserve. Crumb treated him with the silent respect of one competitor, recognizing that another had been maneuvered onto the field without consent. The student body, predictably, developed approximately 44 incompatible theories before supper each day. Fake Moody, who Harry now observed with the particular focus one reserves for snakes in boots, continued nudging him helpfully in suspicious directions. James, meanwhile, deepened the external investigation. Moody's behavior remained wrong in dozens of tiny ways. Ministry records shifted strangely around Crouch-related activity. There were holes in the adult-level picture, but enough now to confirm the broad truth. The tournament was being bent toward Harry for reasons not yet visible. Charlie Weasley's dragon information reached them sooner than it should have because family, unlike institutions, understood priorities. "Dragon," Harry said when the note arrived. Ron nodded. "Of course." Hermione sat down slowly. "You say that as if it's a normal sentence." "Not normal." Ron corrected. "Predictable, ancient tournament, first task, public spectacle, symbolism, fire hazard, dragon." Harry looked at him. "You're enjoying this. I'm enjoying being right. What's the difference?" The amount of smugness. The plan that followed was insane. It was also, within the limits of their age and power, surprisingly good. Harry's first instinct was mobility. Broom, speed, angle. That part remained. Ron's contribution changed the whole structure. "Don't give the dragon one, Harry," he said. "Give it 5. Hermione, halfway through a stack of illusion texts, looked up sharply. We cannot create fully mobile independent doubles. Ron pointed with his quill. We don't need fully mobile, we need directional decoys with line-of-sight persistence. Short bursts, enough to redirect attack arcs. Hermione stared. Then, slowly, she smiled. It was not a comforting sight. What they built over the next week was less conjuration than tactical deception. Harry would fly the firebolt as the real retrieval vector. Ron and Hermione, using pre-seeded spell anchors hidden around the arena perimeter and charmed beforehand through methods that would have led to disciplinary hearings in a more efficient school, would release 4 brief illusionary Harry figures at staggered intervals. Not solid, not advanced, but fast enough and convincing enough for a dragon whose primary job was nest protection, not visual analysis under experimental conditions. 5 Harry Potters, Harry said the night before the task, lying on his back on a Gryffindor dormitory bed while Ron reviewed timing notes and Hermione checked anchor sequence calculations. My mum would love that. Hermione didn't look up. Your mother would disapprove of everything after the word 5. Ron adjusted a timing marker. Your mother would approve if it worked cleanly. Harry smiled at the ceiling. Fair. The first task began with spectacle, as such humiliations often do. The crowd roared. Bagman shouted too much. The stands shook with house colors and nerves and the deeply British ability to package adolescent peril as a sporting event. Harry stepped into the enclosure and saw the Hungarian horntail. Every cheerful thought he had ever had about clever planning briefly left his body. Oh, excellent, he muttered. It's horrible. The dragon lifted its head. The crowd disappeared from his awareness. Time narrowed. Training returned. Breathe. Distance. Angle. Don't let the other creature choose the rhythm. The whistle blew. Harry called the broom. The firebolt shot into his hand. The dragon roared, and 2 Harry Potters broke in opposite directions. The crowd screamed, not in fear at first. In confusion, the horntail snapped at the leftward illusion, missed, and launched flame where no real child existed. Harry was already airborne. 1 decoy vanished. 2 more flickered into view from different angles, 1 rising, 1 sprinting between boulders. Ron, hidden behind the judge's stand with illegal commitment and perfect timing, whispered, Now! Now! Wait now! Hermione, beside him, adjusted the 3rd anchor point with calm hands and murderous concentration. That one's too slow. It's bait. It's sloppy bait. It's dragon-quality bait. In the arena, Harry banked hard as the horntail chose the wrong target again and blasted a stone outcrop to powder. The crowd now thought this was a deliberate performance, which, to be fair, it was. Just not one they had permission to understand. Harry Dove rose, cut left, forced the dragon into overcommitting toward illusion number 4, then swept in low behind the nest line. The golden egg sat within reach. The horntail realized it too late. Harry snatched the egg and pulled vertical as dragonfire scorched air a foot below his boots. The stands exploded. Bagman lost all remaining relationship with indoor volume and began shrieking commentary about 5 Potters, as though this clarified anything. Harry landed in a spray of dust, heart slamming, legs shaking with the aftershock of fear and velocity and joy. James, from the judges' section, did not cheer immediately. He waited until Harry was fully on the ground and the dragon handlers had control. Then he sat down, very slowly, because his knees had briefly stopped respecting him. McGonagall pretended not to see. Ron and Hermione reached Harry later behind the champion tents. Hermione hugged him before she remembered to look disapproving. That was reckless. Ron looked at the singed edge of Harry's sleeve. That was clean. Harry held up the egg. That was loud. All 3, absurdly, started laughing, because sometimes survival arrives wearing spectacle and the body has no idea what else to do. The judges scored him highly. The school lost its mind. Fake Moody watched him from too far away with too much satisfaction. James, taking that all in, understood something important. Whoever had engineered this did not merely want Harry alive, they wanted him delivered. That made the trap narrower, and therefore closer to breaking. Between tasks, Cedric Diggory, suspicion, and the shape of the plot. If the first task turned Harry into legend again for a few noisy weeks, it also did something quieter and more valuable. It brought Cedric Diggory into alignment. Cedric was too decent not to notice the shape of things. He had watched Harry fly not like an egotist courting attention, but like a boy solving an imposed problem at speed. He had also watched the school's adults congratulate themselves for successful entertainment, while the underlying sabotage remained largely unnamed. So when Harry approached him near the greenhouses one evening and said, "I need to ask you something odd," Cedric replied, "Good. Odd is honest." Ron approved of him immediately for that sentence alone. Hermione, after 2 longer conversations and 1 private admission that Cedric actually listened when corrected, revised her assessment from locally useful, handsome, athletic obstacle to competent ally. Harry told Cedric enough to matter and not enough to implicate the full Order investigation. Someone had entered him deliberately. Something about the tournament felt managed. The tasks themselves might be real, but the surrounding structure was not neutral. Cedric believed him faster than most adults had. That mattered. Because the story refused, at this point, to sacrifice decency for drama. Cedric did not have to die to prove the stakes were real. He had to live to prove the adults could have chosen differently if they'd paid attention sooner. Task 2. The lake and the over-engineered disaster. The clue inside the golden egg, once interpreted through noise and steam, and Harry's initial conviction that perhaps this task could be completed by simply throwing the egg into a river, led them to the Black Lake and the problem of underwater retrieval. Harry's first plan was magnificent. It involved 3 layers of charm work, a timed air reservoir spell, a rope-based directional system, 2 contingency signals, an improvised mapping protocol for underwater movement, and what Ron described after reading the parchment twice as an invasion. Hermione adjusted her grip on the plan. "It is thorough," Ron stared at her. "It has sections." "Yes, it has appendices, which are useful. It has a subsection titled 'If the Merpeople Negotiate in Bad Faith.'" Hermione looked at Harry. "You wrote that in all caps." Harry, defensive but not ashamed, said, "It seemed prudent." Ron took the parchment and folded it shut. "No," he said. Harry blinked. "No. No, lake, time pressure, hostage retrieval, visibility bad, variable terrain. Too much can go wrong underwater for complicated sequencing. You need 1 entry method, 1 way to breathe, 1 target priority, 1 exit." Hermione considered that. "He's right." Harry looked betrayed by both of them. "You can't keep siding with the tactician just because he sounds sensible." "I side with whichever of you is least likely to drown theatrically," Hermione said. In the end, Ron's plan won because it was better. That sentence defined more of their adolescence than school history would ever know. Gillyweed solved breathing more cleanly than any of Harry's elaborate alternatives. Route mapping reduced to landmark recognition. Retrieval order prioritized by actual threat, not symbolic chivalry. Cedric was warned enough to simplify his own approach. Fleur, though too proud to ask directly, benefited indirectly from Hermione's loudly staged library conversation about aquatic herbology in hearing range of exactly the right French students. When Harry entered the lake, the task became at once stranger and simpler than the first. No crowd noise underwater. No spectacle, just pressure, cold, murky blue-green distance, and the bizarre sight of human lives translated into tournament pieces. Ron, of course, was the hostage tied below. Harry saw him suspended among the others, red hair drifting in the dark water, expression mercifully unconscious, and therefore not contributing tactical opinions for once. Harry felt a familiar stir under the skin, not fear this time, focus. The aura, now semi-understood in the narrow sense that one recognizes a weather front before it breaks, did not flare. Instead, Harry pressed it down deliberately, one of the few things he had learned to do with any reliability. Suppression, oddly enough, came easier than amplification. Lily had helped him discover that months earlier. Breathe, lower the shoulders, refuse the instinct to answer every pressure immediately. This mattered underwater. It kept his magic from twitching at strange movement and wasting energy in panicked bursts. He found Ron. He found the others. He also found Fleur delayed, and one of the younger hostages more exposed than the task planners had a right to permit. Harry hesitated. Not because he needed a moral speech, because Ron's plan had accounted for exactly this problem. Primary objective first. If secondary threat emerges and resolution time remains acceptable, expand. Harry cut Ron loose. Then the smaller girl, Cedric, arriving from a different angle moments later, caught Harry's eye, saw at once what was happening, and took over one of the remaining lines without argument. That was what alliance looked like in practice. No speech, just redistribution of labor. When Harry surfaced with Ron and an additional rescued hostage under one arm, the crowd went feral in the stands. They thought they were cheering heroism. They were actually cheering tactical flexibility and a refusal to let the task's theatrical constraints define actual ethics. Ron came around spluttering, looked at Harry, looked at the second rescued hostage and said, "You changed the plan." Harry grinned. Slightly. Ron coughed up lake water with offended precision. Unacceptable. Hermione, who was crying and furious and relieved all at once, said, "He made the correct adaptation." Ron looked at her. "You always say that after the adaptation?" "Yes," she snapped, "because you are usually right before it." The judges, predictably, rewarded Harry's moral fiber. Harry would have preferred they reward better underwater lane marking. Fake Moody watched again, still pleased, still too invested, James noticed. So did Dumbledore. The adults' investigation, working in parallel now with the children's task strategy, tightened its circle. Crouch Sr.'s behavior had become erratic. House elf movements around his household records no longer matched official public accounts. Moody's private rooms, once probed through careful order intelligence, and a spectacularly illegal but morally satisfying one-night incursion by Sirius, revealed ingredients consistent with long-term polyjuice maintenance. The impersonation was real. The question remained. Why Harry and why the tournament in game? The answer, like most ugly truths, waited in the maze. The maze and the refusal by the time the third task approached. Harry had stopped pretending to anyone, least of all himself, that winning mattered. The cup mattered, because all traps, eventually, contract toward a mechanism. Ron understood that as deeply as Harry did. Hermione perhaps understood it best of all and simply phrased it less like a burglary plan. James modified the Marauder's map himself for the final task, not permanently, not magically beyond his means, but enough. Using old Marauder logic and newer order technique, he expanded coverage to the Hogwarts grounds during the tournament window with a temporary anchor network. The map would not see through all maze distortions, but it would identify moving bodies where line of magical interference permitted, and more importantly, flag certain active runic constructs if Harry got close enough to them. "This," James said, handing the folded parchment to Harry before the task, "is not for cheating." Harry took it. "It's for not dying." "Exactly." Ron leaned over the map, already familiar with every revised symbol. If the cup is anything other than a cup, this should show the activation residue pattern around it, assuming they used something older than sixth-rate concealment. Hermione looked between father and son, then Ron, then the enchanted parchment. "You are all clinically unreasonable." James smiled faintly. "Family trait," Cedric was warned, "not everything. Enough. If the cup looks wrong—" Harry told him in the champion's enclosure, voice low while Fleur adjusted gloves nearby and Crumb stretched with suspicious calm. "Don't touch it." Cedric studied him. "You really think this is the end game?" Harry nodded. Cedric held his gaze one beat longer, then said, "Then if we get there together, we check first." That was agreement enough. The maze began at dusk, tall hedges closed around them. The crowd noise faded. The world narrowed again into corridors, choices, movement. Creatures and curses populated the interior in ways old magic considered sportsmanship and modern law should have considered litigation. Harry moved fast, but not rashly. That was one of the big changes. First year Harry would have attacked the maze as a test of nerve. Fourth year Harry, shaped by Ron's planning, Hermione's rigor, and too many adults trying to kill him via infrastructure, treated it as a dynamic environment. He checked corners. He read ground signs. He opened the map only in shielded pauses and kept his aura suppressed to avoid accidental magical interference. The hedges shifted more than advertised. Crumb vanished from the map for a worrying stretch, then reappeared at an impossible angle before being stunned by something Harry never fully saw. Fleur's route collapsed in on itself under cursed mist, and she sent up red sparks. Cedric stayed astonishingly steady, their paths converging and diverging like two lines choosing cooperation over pride. Then Harry saw the cup, at the center clearing, silver-blue in the fading light, beautiful. Clean, waiting, he slowed before he reached it. That instinct saved him. Cedric arrived from the opposite opening almost simultaneously, breathing hard, robes torn at one sleeve, wand up. They looked at each other, then at the cup. Harry unfolded the map. The parchment pulsed once. Around the cup, at the level of the earth and air immediately surrounding it, a ring of active runic residue gleamed faintly in the old Marauder notation James had added. Not decorative, not scoring magic. Transfer architecture, portkey. Harry felt his stomach drop. Cedric saw his face change. "What? Don't touch it." Cedric didn't move. "Why?" Harry turned the map. Cedric, to his immense credit, understood in one glance that this was not paranoia and not gamesmanship. "That's not part of the task," he said quietly. "No." They stood in the clearing with victory within arm's length and refused it together. Far outside the maze, plans began to fail. Barty Crouch Jr., still wearing Moody's skin, still counting on one more obedient step in a chain of manipulations, felt the timing slip. He had maneuvered every prior task toward this end point. Harry should have taken the cup by now, the portkey should have fired, the ritual site should have activated. Instead, nothing. He moved too soon. That was his mistake. James, Dumbledore, and two concealed order members were already watching the perimeter for exactly that kind of fracture in pattern. When Moody broke from his assigned observational location and moved not toward safety protocol or champion retrieval, but toward the maze interior with predatory urgency, the mask came off the situation all at once. James intercepted him at the entrance. The duel was short and vicious. Not because Crouch Jr. was weak, he wasn't, but because surprise cuts both ways when the other side has been waiting for the final tell. Polyjuice splashed. Moody's face warped. James blasted him through a hedge wall. Dumbledore bound him before he hit the ground a second time. Inside the maze, red sparks shot up as staff moved in. Cedric and Harry backed away from the cup together, wands up, the thing now looking less like a trophy and more like an accusation. By the time the hedges parted and adults stormed the clearing, Harry already knew two things. First, they had been right. Second, being right had not made any of this feel better. The man in the flask, the capture of Barty Crouch Jr., blew the tournament apart. That sounds dramatic. It was practical. Once disguised professors start trying to run into magical mazes toward rigged portkeys, even institutions that prefer ceremony are forced into paperwork. The school went into controlled chaos. The champions were separated and checked. The cup was secured. Fake Moody became not Moody in full view of enough witnesses that denial was no longer credible. Somewhere in a hidden chamber beneath his own office, the real Alastor Moody was recovered alive, furious, and vindicated in ways he considered emotionally inconvenient. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Cedric, and eventually James gathered in Dumbledore's office late that night with the exhausted atmosphere of people who had survived the thing, but not yet metabolized the meaning of it. Real Moody drank from a fresh flask and glowered at everyone equally, which James seemed to find reassuring. "Told you," James said softly. Moody snorted. "You took your time. I wanted your face attached to a confession." "Fair, Crouch Jr." Under Veritaserum and stripped finally of disguise, gave them the shape of the plot. Not every detail, not every origin point, but enough. He had served a master not dead but reduced, a master less body than will. Harry had been entered into the tournament because the final task's portkey would take him to a prepared site where a restoration ritual could be completed. Crouch's role was to guide, protect, and deliver. Not to kill Harry, to preserve him for use. The room went cold around that truth. Cedric, who had been invited to stay precisely because James refused to let truth become selective after all this, sat very still and said, "You are going to use a school tournament to resurrect him." Crouch Jr. smiled. Real Moody punched him in the mouth before Dumbledore could object. "No more smiling," Moody said. Even Dumbledore let that one stand. The larger revelation, however, came only after Cedric went back to Hufflepuff Tower, pale but alive, and the school finally quieted into the uneasy silence that follows public scandal. James remained in Dumbledore's office with Harry absent now, Ron and Hermione sent to bed under protest, Moody muttering in one chair, and the old headmaster standing by the window as though night itself had submitted paperwork he disliked. "You knew there was more," James said at last. Dumbledore did not pretend otherwise. "Yes." James's voice stayed level through what must have cost him. "How much more?" Dumbledore turned and spoke the word Horcrux. James had heard many dark terms in his life. Few landed with that particular weight. The concept itself soul division through murder. Immortality by mutilation of self was obscene even before Dumbledore explained why it mattered now. The diary from second year had not been unique. It had been one fragment. Voldemort had not merely survived by chance or ritual. He had prepared redundancies, plural. James sat down because his body, for once, made the decision without consulting pride. "How many?" he asked. "I do not know with certainty," Dumbledore said. "More than one, perhaps several. The diary confirms method. Other evidence suggests intention." James laughed once in disbelief and anger. Of course he didn't just refuse death, he industrialized it," Moody grunted. "That's one way to put it." Dumbledore's face, old and tired and carrying more guilt than wisdom could fully hide, sharpened. "Barty Crouch Jr. S. plot confirms what I most feared. There are forces in motion not aimed simply at restoring Voldemort's body, but at reconnecting distributed fragments to active strategy. If we do not address the Horcruxes, every victory becomes temporary." James looked at the desk, at the instruments, at the calm surfaces of a room in which children had so often been sent away with partial truths. "Not tonight, not after this." "Harry needs to know eventually," he said. "Yes," Dumbledore answered. "Not tonight?" "No." James stood again, slower now. "Then Sirius hears tonight, Remus soon after. And we start." Dumbledore inclined his head. No speeches, no prophecy thunder, no grand old man framing the quest as destiny. Just a father learning the war had layers beneath the war and deciding, with the exhausted clarity of someone who had run out of patience for theatrical evil, that he was going to start tearing them apart by hand if necessary. When James reached Grimmauld Place after midnight, Sirius was waiting in the kitchen with one lamp on and enough tension in his shoulders to qualify as architecture. "Well?" Sirius asked. James closed the door behind him, did not sit. "Worse," he said. Sirius stared. James crossed to the table, braced both hands against it, and said, "He cut up his soul." Silence. Then Sirius, very softly, "Tell me everything." James did. The lamp burned lower. The old house creaked around them. Somewhere upstairs, children who had just prevented one catastrophe slept unaware that the war had changed shape again. By the time James finished, Sirius had gone frighteningly calm. "Right," Sirius said. "Then we don't wait for him to come back properly." James looked at him. Sirius met his eyes with the old, terrible brightness Harry sometimes saw when laughter and fury became cousins. "We hunt the pieces," Sirius said. "All of them." And there, in a haunted kitchen that had once been the heart of too many bad inheritances, the next phase of the story began. Not with resurrection, with refusal. Chapter 6. The map has no margin for error. 5 years of laughter has not made darkness smaller. It has made them better prepared for it. The great lie of childhood is that becoming good at surviving means the world will eventually reward you by becoming less dangerous. It does not. It simply changes tactics. By the end of fourth year, Harry Potter knew that better than most adults. So did Ron. So did Hermione, though Hermione would have preferred the world operate according to discoverable principles, instead of recurring malice in administrative dress. The exposure of Barty Crouch Jr. should have reassured everyone. It did reassure the wrong people. The ministry called it a contained breach. The press called it shocking but resolved. Committees formed. Statements were made. Cornelius Fudge went about his business with the tight smile of a man who believed facts became less dangerous if addressed in orderly fonts. Meanwhile, in kitchens, back rooms, and warded studies, the people who had actually looked into the machinery of the plot understood the truth. Voldemort had not returned, but he had reached. He had hands enough, fragments enough, followers enough. The failed resurrection at the end of the tournament had not ended the war's next phase. It had only announced it. And worse, much worse, James Potter now knew the war was built on something fouler than ideology or ambition. Horcruxes, plural. Soul fragments hidden in objects and perhaps other vessels, each one an insurance policy against consequence. It was the sort of evil that made ordinary death seem almost decent by comparison. So the summer after fourth year did not pass like a school holiday. It passed like an intermission between movements of the same symphony. Except now, the orchestra had discovered someone had hidden explosives in the cello section. The Order, rebuilt the Order of the Phoenix, still existed. It simply looked different now. Not because Dumbledore had ceased to matter, he remained, as ever, half strategist and half improbable weather pattern, but because James Potter had survived Godric's Hollow, and then survived long enough afterward to become something the original war had never quite made him in public: a commander. Sirius, once cleared, once restored to his own name and not merely his old recklessness, became James's lieutenant almost by default, and then by proof. Remus coordinated intelligence because he listened better than anyone and noticed what others overlooked. Moody provided suspicion shaped into field doctrine. Kingsley handled ministry channels with the patience of a saint who had chosen, for unclear reasons, to work among fools. It was, in many ways, a better order than the old one, not larger, not safer, but more honest. One of James's first acts, after the failed Triwizard in-game and the full Horcrux conversation with Dumbledore, was to refuse the old fiction that protecting children meant lying to them until after the trap sprung. That did not mean deploying Harry, Ron, and Hermione into order work. It meant information. The difference mattered. "You are not soldiers," James said one evening at Grimmauld Place in the drawing room, where rain tapped against the windows and the old house seemed to lean in around the conversation. "And if anyone tries to use you like soldiers, I'll remove their hands." Sirius, stretched along the sofa arm with a mug of tea balanced on one knee, added, "Not metaphorically." Lily shot him a look, but she did not contradict James. Harry sat forward. Ron rested his forearms on his knees. Hermione had parchment ready because she had reached the point in this family where serious discussions simply generated note-taking by instinct. James put a blank piece of paper on the table between them. Then, slowly, carefully, wrote the word Horcrux. Harry stared at it. Ron's mouth flattened. Hermione's eyes sharpened so fast it almost looked painful. James explained, not every theory, not the darkest ritual detail, but enough for them to understand the shape of the problem. Voldemort had damaged himself deliberately, had placed those damaged fragments into chosen vessels, and could not be killed permanently while they remained. When he finished, silence followed. Then Ron asked the first useful question. "How many?" Dumbledore, seated farther back in a high chair that Grimmauld Place disapproved of on class grounds, answered, "We do not know with certainty." Harry rubbed a hand over his face. "Brilliant! So he made a puzzle out of being dead badly." "That," said Sirius, "is one of the better summaries I've heard." Hermione looked up from the word on the page. If the diary was one, then the objects aren't random, they're selected, symbolic, personally meaningful. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to her with unmistakable approval. Precisely, Ron added. And if he chose them himself, then you can profile what sort of thing he'd want his soul hidden in. Harry looked between them. You two say horrifying things like you're planning a school project. Hermione replied. That is because horror improves under structure. No one in the room was reassured by this. Still, it was movement. James leaned back and looked at the three of them for a long moment. You are informed, he said at last. You are not involved in the hunt, not yet. We handle the fieldwork. You handle school, training, and staying alive in ordinary ways. Ron raised a hand very slightly. School has not historically been ordinary. That, Lily said dryly from the mantel, is because you keep attending it. Harry grinned despite himself. That mattered too. It would matter more later. The ministry sends a smile with a quill by the time fifth year began. The ministry had done what weak institutions always do when frightened by truths they cannot control. It selected a villain convenient enough to regulate. Not Voldemort. Not Death Eaters. Not internal corruption or public cowardice, or the fact that a disguised fanatic had nearly used a school tournament for resurrection. No, it chose narrative disorder. It chose alarm. It chose Dumbledore. And when the ministry wanted to smother a school without calling it smothering, it sent Dolores Umbridge. Harry disliked her at once. This was not remarkable. Most people with working nerves did, but dislike alone failed to describe the effect she had on Hogwarts. Other antagonists announced themselves through threat. Umbridge arrived in pink and lace and bureaucratic language. She smiled when she was preparing to hurt someone. She wrapped punishment in policy and called it order. Sirius, reading the official notice over breakfast at Grimmauld Place before term began, said, "Oh, she's one of those." Ron frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means," Lily said, "that she doesn't need to raise her voice to do damage. She'll make rules do it for her." Hermione went pale in the specific way she only did when someone threatened the structural integrity of learning itself. "She's not a teacher," Hermione said after the first defense class. "She's a pamphlet." Harry had never seen a room of children become demoralized so quickly. No practical magic. No defensive casting. No serious recognition that dark wizards might exist outside the printed page. Umbridge's curriculum was not merely weak. It was dishonest. It treated preparedness as hysteria. It treated lived danger as impolite testimony. It asked children already living in a world of political denial to cooperate with their own helplessness for the sake of administrative calm. Harry came out of the classroom with his jaw set so hard Ron thought it might crack. "She knows," Harry said in the corridor. Ron adjusted his bag. "Knows what? That practical defense matters. That danger is real. She knows. She just doesn't want anyone trained to answer it." Hermione, walking fast to keep pace with their anger, said, "Because trained children are politically inconvenient." That was the core of Umbridge's chapter. She was not foolish. That would have made her easier. She understood power very well. She simply preferred it centralized, obedient, and dressed in official seals. Pranks failed against her in ways they had not failed against anyone else. That was its own lesson. Fred and George bewitched her office sugar bowl to meow each time she smiled. She confiscated it, docked points from 3 houses, and issued a decree regulating unauthorized confectionery charms. Harry and Ron engineered a corridor illusion, causing every educational decree poster to swap places with a list titled "Reasons This Is Embarrassing." She did not blush. She assigned inspections. Hermione crafted a perfectly legal petition citing 6 precedents in educational governance. Umbridge used the petition to identify dissenters. Nothing stuck because Umbridge had no shame to work against. Exposure embarrassed people who cared about being seen clearly. Umbridge did not. She punished harder. The students learned quickly that there were limits to laughter when the person across from you considered cruelty a management style. That realization changed the year's tone. Not by killing joy, by maturing it. Harry understood first, joy could not always be the strike itself. Sometimes it had to become infrastructure. Dumbledore's army, rewritten. The first meeting happened not because Harry wanted to become a symbol, but because fear kept arriving at him wearing other people's faces. Neville, after defense class, trying not to show how much it frightened him that he could not protect himself properly. Ginny, older now and harder edged from surviving the diary, asking bluntly whether theory was supposed to stop curses by being educational. A cluster of Hufflepuffs who had believed Cedric Diggory when he said Harry had been set up in the tournament and who now believed the Ministry was lying about what mattered. Luna Lovegood, who observed everything with unnerving clarity and said, on a rainy evening in the library, "They want us frightened in quiet shapes." Hermione organized the first conversation. Ron framed the room. Harry, reluctantly but honestly, became the one they looked at. They met at the Hog's Head because that was what the story required structurally, but the deeper truth was that they could have met anywhere and arrived at the same conclusion. The school needed a second curriculum. "This cannot just be you teaching hexes," Hermione said once they'd crammed into a back room thick with dust and suspicion and bad hospitality. "If we do this, it has to be complete," Harry frowned. "Complete how?" Ron answered before she could. "Not just spells, movement, thinking, what to do when outnumbered, how to break panic." Hermione nodded. "How to identify magical signatures, how to react under pressure, how to stop treating books and practice as separate things." Harry looked around the room at faces waiting for more than comfort. Then he said yes. That was how Dumbledore's army began in this version of events. Not with one chosen boy instructing followers, but with 3 people building a parallel school inside the school. Harry taught defensive magic. Not because he was the most knowledgeable in every category, but because he knew what it felt like when fear hit your lungs and you still had to cast. He could teach the bodily truth of that in ways textbooks never could. Ron taught tactical thinking. At first people laughed when they realized this. Ron, who did not posture, who often seemed halfway to a joke, who treated chess pieces like military briefings and hallways like argument diagrams. But the laughter stopped quickly the first time he split the room into pairs and made them solve. How to get out when 3 people bigger than you block the exit. "Don't duel the strongest one first," Ron said, pacing between students in the room of requirement once it began serving them properly. "Move the shape, not just the person. If the line changes, the fight changes." Dean raised a hand. "That sounds less like magic and more like robbery." "It's survival," Ron said. Hermione taught theory as a living system, not notes for later, not memorization for exams, the why beneath the wand movement, the difference between shielding and simply hoping, why some creatures resisted direct magic and others folded under it. Why intent mattered in charms, why panic twisted incantation, why some people failed under pressure not because they were weak, but because no one had trained their minds to breathe before choosing. Fred and George handled morale because morale, they argued, was a discipline and not a luxury. Neville became the chapter's quiet proof of concept. He learned, repeated, stayed after, failed without folding, improved in visible increments. By winter, his disarming charm had real force. By spring, he moved like someone who no longer assumed disaster would always get first rights to his body. That did something important for Harry. It reminded him that teaching was not merely relaying skill. It was refusal of the world's ranking system. Neville was not unexpectedly competent. He was competent because competence had finally been expected of him properly. The DA became the emotional heart of 5th year. The castle under Umbridge tightened. The room under Harry, Ron, and Hermione opened. And in that opening, dozens of students learned not only to cast, but to think of one another differently as assets. Allies, people capable of change, that was more dangerous to the Ministry than hexes. Harry's aura learns a new shape power changed slowly in this story, and that was one of its strengths. Harry did not wake one morning with an upgraded version of himself and a brighter soundtrack. His aura continued to behave like an argument between instinct and intention. But fifth year, pressed by regular DA training and Umbridge's increasingly suffocating pressure, taught him something new. He could push it outward, not far, not like a blast, more like a field. The first time it happened, it was accidental. DA practice. 3 students converging too fast during a compressed corridor drill Ron had designed. Harry flinched at the wrong angle, tried instinctively to create room, and a soft gold pressure expanded 3 feet in every direction around him. No one was thrown, no one was hurt. But everyone inside the field lost orientation for half a second as if their bodies forgot exactly where forward was. The room stopped. Ron, instantly interested, stepped back in. "Do it again." "I didn't mean to." "Excellent, still do it again." Hermione was already circling him like a hostile researcher. What did it feel like? Harry searched for words. Like making space in everyone else's head. "That is a deeply disturbing sentence," Ginny remarked from the wall. Harry rubbed the back of his neck. "I know." Under Lily's guidance over Christmas, and then in shorter concentrated sessions through term, they worked it into something usable. Not a weapon. Never that. The field did not injure. It disrupted. A sudden disorientation zone that could break a rush, blur target focus, force an opening in close quarters. James called it tactically ugly and therefore valuable. Lily insisted on limits. Only at short range. She said one night in the back garden at Grimmauld Place while Harry practiced with Ron rushing him and Hermione timing the intervals. And only when you can recover immediately after. Anything that interrupts others can interrupt you if you lose your center. Harry nodded, breathing hard. Ron, shaking off the latest pulse with professional annoyance, said, "It's like being told your feet are wrong." Hermione wrote that down immediately. The aura had not become a fence, it had become crowd control. That was still consistent with the original rules. Harry's magic reacted to threats by amplifying protection and redirecting force. It did not create raw destructive power out of nowhere. It made the space around him less cooperative with harm, useful, limited, earned. The safe house, ambush Sirius, died in June. Not in the ministry. Not because Harry ran toward a lie, and that difference mattered more than anyone outside the family would ever understand. The intelligence came through Remus on a wet Thursday evening. A Death Eater safe house in a half-abandoned district outside London, active traffic, ward signatures matching old black market suppliers, 2 known loyalists, maybe more. James wanted confirmation before moving. Moody wanted immediate breach. Sirius wanted both and expressed this by pacing like a man who considered walls educational obstacles. Harry overheard enough to know an operation was coming. He did not ask to join. That mattered too. The family had, by then, become honest enough that when adults said no to deployment, the no meant no and did not require adolescent secrecy to test its sincerity. Still, Harry felt the old restlessness in his bones as James and Sirius prepared downstairs. He found Sirius in the kitchen buckling dragon hide guards under his sleeves. "You'll come back?" Harry asked. It was not childish. It was practical desperation. Sirius looked up. For a second the swagger dropped, and Harry saw the man underneath it scarred, bright, always a little half astonished he had lived this long at all. "That," Sirius said lightly, "is the plan." Harry did not smile. Sirius's expression softened. He stood, crossed the kitchen, and pulled Harry into a brief, fierce embrace. Not sentimental, not theatrical, the sort of hug one gives when saying more would only make the departure worse. "You know the difference between courage and performance now," Sirius murmured. Harry nodded against his shoulder. "Good, keep it." Then he stepped back and grinned because he would have considered anything else a violation of personal myth. "Also, if your father gets killed doing something noble and irritating, I reserve the right to haunt him badly." From the doorway James said, "I can hear you." "That's because I want you to." It was the last time Harry heard Sirius laugh. The operation itself went wrong in the oldest way possible, not bad planning, bad information. The safe house was not merely occupied, it was layered. The front structure was real enough to sell the report. The cellar below it held a second defensive ring and 2 more Death Eaters than intelligence had placed. Worse, one of them had expected resistance and prepared cursed channels through the walls themselves. James would later describe the fight in fragments because grief edits memory into impact points. Door breach. First exchange clean. Moody taking the left corridor. Sirius clearing the stairwell in a blur of dark coat and white spellite. Then the cellar opening beneath them like a second mouth and the ambush breaking upward. It was not noble. It was violent and close and ugly in the way all real fights are when architecture hates you. Sirius was brilliant in battle. That remained true to the end. Fast. Inventive. Impossible to pin. He fought like someone insulting death by style alone. James saw him disarm one attacker with a curse so elegant it looked like sleight of hand and blast another backward into a support post without ever losing stride. Then came the curse. Not a famous curse. Not one children tell stories about. A savage cutting force cast from blind angle through fractured brick, aimed at James because James had become the operational center of the room. Sirius saw it first. That was the only reason it hit him instead. He moved sideways without thought, took the curse across chest and shoulder, and went down hard enough to shake dust from the rafters. James killed the caster, not metaphorically. Not with narrative dignity, he killed him. Then he was on his knees beside Sirius in a cellar choking on smoke and plaster while the rest of the battle still spat curses around them. Sirius tried to speak. Blood touched his teeth when he smiled. "Don't," James said, which was irrational because don't is not, in fact, a healing method. Sirius's hand found James's sleeve. "Got him first," Sirius managed. James made a sound Harry would later recognize in himself, once, years later, as the noise of someone trying not to break by narrowing all emotion into one impossible task. He kept pressure on the wound. He shouted for Remus. He lied because people do that when truth is structurally unacceptable. "You're fine," James said. Sirius rolled his eyes with what little energy remained. "Terrible liar!" He died before the healers reached the cellar. By the time James came home, dawn had turned the windows of Grimmauld Place gray and guilty. Harry knew before a word was spoken. There are griefs that announce themselves in the shape of a door opening. James stepped inside carrying none of Sirius with him and all of him at once. Blood on the sleeve, dust in the hair, face gone wrong with shock, Remus behind him white as ash. Lily came down the hall and stopped. Harry had never hated silence more. No one needed to say it. Ginny started crying first. Ron swore under his breath and then looked ashamed because swearing felt too small for the event. Hermione, who had been staying over because order weeks made house boundaries meaningless, went utterly still. James took one step into the hall, then another. Then failed, all at once, not in composure exactly, but in structure. Lily reached him before he hit the banister. Harry moved without remembering the space between them. Father and son stood there in the entrance hall of Sirius's own house with the knowledge settling like winter in their lungs. Later, after the practical violence of death had been handled, the messages, the confirmations, the impossible rituals by which a person becomes body, and then memory Harry sat alone in Sirius's room. He expected despair. What came first was anger, not wild, focused, at the trap, at the safe house, at the war for requiring Sirius to become brave in ordinary, unrecorded ways instead of glorious, remembered ones. At the fact that someone who had laughed as though the world personally owed him defiance could die in a cellar no child would ever see. James found him there after midnight. He looked older. That was the worst of it, not weeping, not even speaking, simply older in one day than he had been the previous week. Harry did not stand. James did not ask him to. They sat in the dark. After a while, James said, "I kept thinking I could keep all of you outside the worst of it." Harry swallowed. "You did." James laughed once, bitter and exhausted. "Did I?" Harry turned then. Yes, it was the truth. They had known danger, they had trained, they had carried information, but Sirius had not died because Harry ran after bait. He had not died through adolescent miscalculation, or secrecy, or the old manipulation of turning children into weapons before their time. He had died in battle, fighting alongside equals. Choosing, at the last instant, to take a blow meant for James because that was who he had always been underneath the grin. Loyal enough to be catastrophic, James covered his eyes with one hand. Harry looked away because grief deserves privacy even inside love. When James spoke again, his voice was steadier. "Then we keep going," he said. Harry nodded. That was the chapter's hardest truth. Grief was not weakness. But neither was it permission to stop thinking. The smirk left Harry's face for a long time after Sirius died, not because laughter was gone. Because he finally understood the price, sometimes hidden beneath it. Sixth year begins with a ring. The summer before sixth year gave them no time to become sentimental. Dumbledore came to Grimmauld Place 3 nights after Sirius's funeral with a blackened stone ring wrapped in layered cloth, and a look on his face that made Lily say, before he finished crossing the threshold, "No." It was the ring. Another Horcrux. James went with him. Of course he did. The operation took place in a ruined, gaunt property deep enough in old magic that the air itself seemed diseased by memory. Dumbledore led. James covered. The wards fought like trapped history. The ring resisted destruction with the obscene tenacity of things built on murder. In the end, Dumbledore identified the opening and James took its sword. No singular relic answered here. What mattered was timing, containment, and a curse line half hidden under the setting that Dumbledore would have taken full across the hand if James hadn't seen the micro-flare first and knocked the ring sideways. The dark curse still hit him. 2 fingers on his left hand blackened instantly from contact collapse. The pain was immediate and blinding. James later remembered almost nothing of the next 10 seconds except Dumbledore shouting and the smell of his own flesh burning under magical corrosion. The ring died. That part held. The Horcrux inside it ruptured. The cost remained. St. Mungo's kept James overnight and tried, with all the polite firmness available to professionals confronted with a national hero who found rest annoying, to make him stay longer. He came home missing 2 fingers and pretending this was an administrative inconvenience. Harry stared at the bandage. Ron stared at the bandage. Hermione stared at the bandage, and then at James's face, and understood immediately from what was absent there that the operation had succeeded. "That was one," James said. Lily, behind him, looked like she wanted to hex the next person who used the word one as though more were numerically charming. Harry asked the only question that mattered. "Did it work?" James nodded. "Yes." Ron's gaze stayed on the altered hand. "What was the curse?" James flexed the remaining fingers once. "Old, vindictive, personal," Hermione muttered. "Of course it was." That was the real beginning of 6th year, not romance, not Slughorn, not teenage social chaos, though all of that still happened in ways the story allowed because adolescence never fully checks the calendar before arriving. 6th year began with proof that Horcruxes could be found and destroyed, and that even successful adults paid for every inch. James's injury changed the household in small ways. Teacups relearned their sides, spell grips adjusted, shirt cuffs became complicated. Harry watched all of it, so did Ron. Both understood, without needing it made explicit, that heroism looked different once you had to relearn buttons. 6th year. School above a fault line at Hogwarts, the year carried an unstable tension the students could not all name. Something was coming, not publicly, not with banners, but in the gaps between news, in the way some teachers looked over their shoulders, in the fact that Dumbledore moved like a man counting time differently now. Harry changed this year in ways less visible than the previous 5. He became quieter. Not gentle. Harry Potter would probably have had to be born into another species for that, but quieter in the sense of choosing where energy went. Sirius's death had burned wastefulness out of him. He still laughed, sometimes suddenly and with all the old force, but he no longer confused noise with resistance. Ron changed too. His battlefield awareness, once mostly hallways and game boards and crowd routes, sharpened into something almost intuitive. During DA sessions, which continued in smaller, more careful forms now that Umbridge was gone but the need remained, Ron could often identify where pressure would come from in a room before anyone moved. Not magic. Pattern, weight distribution, breathing, group hesitation. He could feel shape. Ginny called it strategic paranoia with better hair. Ron considered that unfair and then, after reflection, acceptable. The trio remained the trio, but sixth year gave them more parallel competence. Hermione no longer needed to prove she was essential. Everyone with functioning memory already knew. Harry no longer needed to prove he could lead under pressure. That had been true since first year. Ron no longer needed to prove that tactics were not a decorative side trait. He had become too visibly useful for anyone paying attention to miss it. Which, unfortunately, did not include everyone. Draco Malfoy darkened through sixth year like a candle burning bad oil. Harry noticed. So did Ron, though where Harry felt menace in tone and intuition, Ron tracked behavior. Absences, private meetings, desperation camouflaged as arrogance. Hermione noticed the theoretical impossibility of some of the enchantment work Draco seemed to be attempting and said, more than once, that if the school ran on logic, someone should have caught him months earlier. The school did not run on logic. It ran on adults carrying too many secrets and children learning to navigate around them. Still, the trio kept looking, not with the obsession of canons isolating suspicion, with the trained patience of people who had learned that being right too early and badly evidenced did not help. That was the difference. Astronomy Tower, the night Dumbledore died, began with rain, not dramatic rain. Thin, needling rain that silvered the windows and made the stone outside the castle smell older. Harry was on the move because, as usual, the school's crisis had rippled unevenly through student rumor and adult alarm. Ron and Hermione had been split to different tasks by simple circumstance, one of those realistic inconveniences stories rarely honor enough. Ginny was holding a corridor. Neville was passing messages. The Da, though no longer called in speeches, still functioned as a network whenever the castle turned unsafe. James was at Hogwarts too, not formally, not publicly. He had been meeting Dumbledore about one more lead, another possible Horcrux route, another line of inquiry, another piece in the shrinking margin between preparation and open war. The night was already wrong before the first curse sounded. Death Eaters inside the school. Wards breached not by frontal assault, but through patient sabotage. Everything accelerated. Harry moved upward through the castle. James moved the same direction from a different angle. Snape moved faster than either. The astronomy tower, when James reached sightline range from a lower parapet across the rain-dark gap, looked like a stage built for betrayal. Dumbledore stood at the top, pale and strangely still. Draco Malfoy before him, wand shaking. Other figures pressed in around the edges, black-robed and hungry in the half-light. James raised his own wand too far. Too many angles. The shot was wrong. If he took it blind from here, he might hit Draco, might hit Dumbledore, might trigger return curses before reaching the tower. Then Snape emerged. For one fraction of a second, James felt something like relief. Snape was cruel, difficult, infuriating, morally barbed in ways James still had not forgiven, but he was order-adjacent. Dumbledore trusted him. However unwillingly James had ever accepted that, he had accepted it. So when Snape reached Dumbledore and Dumbledore turned toward him, James's body released one breath. Then Snape lifted his wand. Green light split the rain. Dumbledore fell. There are events so large the mind refuses them on first impact. James stood on the wet parapet below, wand half raised, and watched the body fall through open air. No interpretation survived that sight intact. Not trust, not strategy, not the long, strained tolerance he had forced into place around Severus Snape for years, because war had required ugly alliances. Only rupture, James shouted, he did not remember what. A curse followed his, theirs, maybe both at once. The tower erupted into motion. Death Eaters scattered. Snape turned, looked once into the dark across the gap, and for a heartbeat James thought hoped expected some signal, some explanation in the face. There was none, only command. Cold. Final. Snape fled with the others. James ran. He took the stairs 2, 3 at a time, hit walls. Skidded on wet stone. Reached the tower top seconds or years after it no longer mattered. Harry got there from the other side. Father and son arrived almost together at the body of the man who had held half the war's secrets in his sleeves and now held none at all. Dumbledore lay twisted against the stone, rain threading silver through his beard. Death had made him still in a way Harry found offensive, as though motion itself ought to protest. James dropped to one knee. Harry stopped cold. All the old structures trembled at once. Teacher, strategist, impossible old man, manipulator, protector, the axis around which so much adult certainty had pretended to spin. Gone, killed by Snape. James's face, when he looked up at Harry, held something almost worse than grief. It held incomprehension. "I saw him," James said hoarsely. "I saw Snape do it." Harry's own understanding, already cracking under the weight of the sight, did not know where to land. Snape, who had been cruel but useful, bitter but placed, watched but supposedly trusted. Snape, who had stood within their sides' ugly architecture for years. The rain kept falling. Around them, the school had not yet decided how to absorb catastrophe. Harry felt his aura rise, not outward, not enough to matter. Just a pressure in the chest, like his body attempting instinctive refusal against something too large to deflect. It failed. There are some things no field can disorient, some facts that arrive fully oriented and break you by being clear. James stood slowly. He looked older than he had after Sirius died, and that was saying something impossible. "Get Ron and Hermione," he said. Harry nodded because speech felt structurally unsound. James turned back toward the tower edge where Snape had vanished into rain and dark. For the first time in years, perhaps since Godric's Hollow, perhaps since Peter Harry saw his father with murder in him so plainly that it changed the shape of the air around him, not rage, not theatrical revenge, a line, a brutal, silent line. Below them, Hogwarts shuddered through the first movements of morning. Above them, the tower held the last of the rain and the echo of a curse that had ended far more than one life. And that was where sixth year broke. Not at the exact moment Dumbledore fell. At the moment after, when James Potter, who had kept believing that preparation could narrow chaos, that trust could be managed if not granted, that ugly alliances could still be held inside larger purpose, looked out into the dark, and no longer understood the rules of the game he had spent years teaching his son to survive. That rupture would carry forward into the hunt, into the war, into everything.